guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has turned down a plan to end the government shutdown once again, coming after Oregon Democrat Jeff Merkley spoke on the Senate floor for over 22 hours. Democrats say they're not going to back the House funding resolution without extending Obamacare subsidies. Party leaders are demanding a meeting with President Trump to resolve the standoff. The president has agreed to speak with Democrats after the government reopens. Millions of Americans will soon be impacted if the government shutdown does not end quickly.
Funding for SNAP food assistance could run out very soon.
Should the federal government not fund the SNAP program for Texas by October 27th, no benefits would be issued on November 1st.
That's the San Antonio Food Bank chief, Eric Cooper. The acting administrator of SNAP says the nationwide program won't have enough money by the end of the month if the shutdown continues. Over 42 million low-income Americans use SNAP. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Germany is fronting $50 million to pay nearly 12,000 German soldiers at U.S. bases during the shutdown. Rhineland Falls says it'll be repaid once Washington reopens. Trump officials blame leftover Biden-era bureaucracy for this delay as Congress fights over spending cuts in border security. Chris Monahan, accused of threatening to kill House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, is due in court tomorrow. Monahan, who previously served 21 months for January 6 related actions, allegedly texted about targeting Jeffries.
We've seen crimes committed by people who Donald Trump pardoned on the first day he was sworn into office by folks who have been released back into society all across the country.
Fellow Representative Pat Ryan condemned the threat and praised law enforcement. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell 334 points, the S&P dropped by 35, and the Nasdaq lost 213 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The man wounded in a shooting during a federal immigration operation in South L.A. is a TikTok streamer.
44-year-old Carlitos Ricardo Parias was shot Tuesday morning, known on the internet as Richard L.A. He's a well-known TikToker who regularly follows ICE. Parias was shot by agents who were trying to arrest him. A deputy U.S. Marshal was also struck by a ricochet bullet. Both men are expected to be okay. Federal officials say it happened during a targeted enforcement traffic stop on an illegal alien who had previously avoided capture. John Summers, USA Radio News.
In their latest search for possible victims of the 1921 Tulsa race riot, archaeologists have uncovered dozens of new unmarked graves at Oaklawn Cemetery. That's according to state archaeologist Carrie Stackelback.
We have now documented 31 new graves that were not previously recorded or otherwise marked. And so this is important because we didn't otherwise necessarily know that they were there.
2 sets of remains have been exhumed so far, with more possible. A judge on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has requested the case involving National Guard troops in Portland be heard by a full court.
Attorneys for Portland, the state of Oregon, and the federal government have been asked to present briefs on the issue by the end of the day Wednesday. 29 judges on the court would then vote to determine if there would be a full review by the court. If that happens, 11 judges would hear the case. A 3-judge panel ruled President Trump has the authority to deploy the National Guard in Portland, and the courts couldn't stop it. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Then, what do you say? Cue the microphone. Hard to believe it's that time again, but here we are. What do you say? You ready for a brand new day? Well, we'll deliver just that from time zone to time zone as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Hump Day is in the books, so Thursday, or shall we say Friday Eve, comes our way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. On a clear, crisp night outside the secret bunker. Yeah, we're showing 41 degrees as we get things started. Yeah, temperature's going to be dropping into frosty levels as we progress through the overnight early morning hours. We've got widespread frost and freeze warnings. Yeah, stretching from northern portions of Kansas through northern Missouri, much of Illinois. On over into the eastern half of Kentucky, frost advisories extending all the way down to the Tennessee line tonight. Little chill in the air. Of course, freeze warnings for much of central, southern, and western Ohio. We could see temperatures dropping actually below the freezing mark. For the first time this fall season. So we'll kick things off with a look at our travelers' weather. Not a whole lot going on as far as precip tonight. We've still got our storm system bringing spotty showers through the Great Lakes and northern Ohio Valley. In northern Ohio, northwest Pennsylvania, seeing some of those lake-enhanced showers falling. Mostly just a few spotty showers there in southern Michigan tonight. Still a few showers in the UP as well. It's just the cool, blustery conditions. From there, we've got to get way out west. Spotty showers in portions of Utah, eastern portions of Nevada tonight. Not much happening out west. Things going to begin changing, though, later in the day here, Thursday. By the time we get to Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening, going to be looking at the potential for some severe weather coming into play. That's the storm system that's bringing those showers and gusty thunderstorms to the interior southwest. It begins to shift eastward into the plains starting later today, increasing that risk for severe thunderstorms and flash flooding. As the storm moves east, running into the warm, moist air streaming in from the Gulf, that's going to fuel intense thunderstorm development. Storms begin to reach severe levels as early as Thursday evening, beginning from eastern New Mexico, northwestern Texas, southwestern Kansas. Everything continues to drift eastward and increasing somewhat during the day Friday from north-central Texas to central Oklahoma, south-central Kansas. While a few tornadoes are possible, primary threat's going to be straight-line winds, flash flooding with these torrential downpours. From Friday night to Saturday, the risk will continue to extend from the central and northeastern portions of Texas, southern Oklahoma, the Arklatex region. As the storm progresses slowly, it's going to be a slow mover. That means more flooding potential from the high plains to the Ozark Mountains. Heavy rain becomes a more widespread danger. Could be talking 4 to 6 inches in some areas, raising that risk of flash flooding. Since much of that rain falls in an area, the ground is relatively dry. Much of that should be absorbed by the landscape. Much of that rain may fall on the Red River Basin. The lowest Mississippi levels relative to historical average are centered on the middle part of the river system, not further south near the delta where the Red River joins the Atchafalaya flood control zone. Motorists are urged to exercise caution. I-30, 35, 40, and 44. Flash flooding, a significant risk for campers in the Ozark Mountains. Several inches of rain in a short period of time could cause sudden rises in water levels in the Ozarks, underpasses in some of the urban areas. Meanwhile, as the weekend progresses, some of those downpours will extend further to the east along the I-10 and 20 corridors in the Gulf Coast states. Flooding threat should be decreased by that point in time, becoming more localized in the Mississippi Delta region. AccuWeather forecaster tracking a strengthening tropical storm Melissa in the Caribbean, which we have the latest. Now, while Melissa's not expected to impact the U.S. Gulf Coast from the Florida Panhandle to Texas, from east to west, some indirect tropical impacts may still reach the U.S. Atlantic coast. There's the risk of significant direct impacts possibly becoming more into play for South Florida. Melissa may bring life-threatening impacts, flooding, damaging winds to parts of the Caribbean before any approach toward the U.S., which that's still close to a week away. But some of the latest guidance coming in from the National Hurricane Center is saying Melissa very well could strengthen into a major, potentially even Category 4 hurricane in the coming days. Now, looking at some of the maps, I recall many, many years ago, it's back in 2005, when we were doing our very first cruise with our listening audience, we had a similar scenario, a storm, tropical system that had been kind of lingering south of Jamaica. Ultimately, that was Wilma, that first day or two into our cruise kind of skirted Jamaica, ramping up to a Category 5 storm that ultimately made that turn toward southern Florida. Kind of a similar scenario coming into play with the location of Melissa right now and some of the guidance. Gaining strength over the Caribbean, forecast to evolve into a powerful, slow-moving hurricane that's going to unleash significant flooding and thus destructive winds to a region that's pretty much avoided any tropical activity this hurricane season. At this moment, Melissa continues to track west. The longer she does so, the greatest chance of an impact on the U.S. More of a westward track tends to spare Hispaniola from the heaviest rain, but the chances still of a direct U.S. impact right now are described as low. Still an option should the system make it into the Western Caribbean. U.S. concerns would be for the Florida Peninsula, especially the lower portions of Florida and the Keys. Strong westerly winds driven by the jet stream should prevent the storm from tracking northward through the Gulf. So right now, Texas, Louisiana, the panhandles of Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida next week, not really concerns there. There's still some wind shear holding the intensity back at the moment. Water temperatures, though, in the upper 80s, plenty warm enough to feed a tropical system. All right. Steering breezes will sooner or later, they tell us, grab onto this system in the Caribbean and begin to pull it northward. Areas from Hispaniola to Cuba to Jamaica, the initial population centers that may be affected. Even though Puerto Rico may be well to the east of the center, there will be that plume of tropical moisture that could bring heavy rain and the risk of flash flooding and mudslides there. Islands in the Caribbean that will be affected the most by the storm is going to highly depend on how far west this storm gets before making that northward turn. As typically the case is with tropical systems, just a lot of uncertainty, having a difficult time for the models making predictions on this particular system as it just kind of meanders in that region. But there's an extensive area, 4 to 8 inches of rain may fall, areas where 12 to 18 anticipated possibly for Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Jamaica. AccuWeather says rainfall could approach 30 inches in some areas. Now, it may spend many days lingering there in the Caribbean. If the center manages to avoid land for a period of time, it is forecast to become a major hurricane. So Category 3, and as I mentioned, some models are now depicting possibly Category 4. If Melissa survives beyond the Greater Antilles, how well it survives determines the magnitude of impacts potentially on the Bahamas and maybe southern Florida. So obviously, as for areas further north along the East Coast, there could be a slight risk for some impact, even if the center remains at sea. It is 844-844-3388. Ready for a brand new day. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from Philly. Audio for the program sounds better. Thank you very much. That's compliments of our newly installed microphones and additional soundproofing here in the secret bunker. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the eve of Friday, time for the overnight drive to Hammer Down. 44 in the far side of southwest Ohio. The wind was kicking. The gaslighting going on by the left and the media hacks. I'll explain and solve this issue when I check in a bit later in the program. Do not listen to them fools. By the way, the two-time world champion Manure Haller better check in soon, or there's going to be a bounty on his head. Just saying. All right, snuggle up to whomever or whatever cracked open a cold skullbuster if you're off duty. The smoking lamp is lit, cigars on the house. There you go. Ready to roll. Shorty is rolling I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 57 degrees, Orlando. It's turnaround number 2 underway. Where do we find Tank tonight? Well, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Thursday. 61 in Barstow, California. We got this plastic-covered freight truck pointing towards western Tennessee. Hope everyone has a safe, blessed day. Boy, making those runs out west, back and forth, week after week. Tank, you guys rack up some miles, don't you? Let me see here. Who we got? Peter, good morning, gang. 5 more days left of rest and relaxation to go here at the Home 20 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Hope you're enjoying some time off there. Hello, Jerry. 52 right now in central Alabama. We're headed down tonight to probably the coolest temperatures we've seen this fall. Forecast to dip all the way down to 45. Thank you, sir. Have a great show. Marianne says hello to all those listening friends out there. Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Driving under the stars atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia with 50 degrees. Keep it shiny side up. Hello, Steve. There's John, a longtime listener. You and your dad love the show. I live in Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm watching tonight. Have a good night. Uncle Chops checks in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew, all the fellow listeners out there. Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down, be safe. Hanging on 50 degrees in Platkill, New York. Round number 3 to Schenectady underway. Buckeye boy, where we at? Brazelton, Georgia with 51 degrees. Had a nice day this past day. Wildcat and I ran some errands, which included getting a new printer for the office. Doing some local stuff today, then we'll get back to watch the grandson play in some baseball. Have a great night. Everyone be careful out there. And there's Norman checking in from north central Kansas, 52 degrees. Clear skies as we roll south to Wichita with the Big Tipper. Shout out to Lauren and his Go-Go Girls. Everybody have a good morning. Go-Go Girls, uh-oh. Somebody's got some splaining to do. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hello to Jerry, who says, good morning, everyone. Thanks for keeping us moving forward, drivers, with everything we need. And thanks to Hot Shot Secret for putting the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to keep us updated. Hello, Michael. What's up, people? What do we got? Morning, Steve, and the truckers. Tony checking in from Hamilton, Ohio. Is still on this side of the dirt. No nukes going off that I know of, thank God. It's getting so you don't even really want to know what's going on. If half of what they're telling us is the truth, we are in a real mess. Hey, hello, Michael. Morning crew checking in from the Normal, Scio, Ohio. It's been spitting rain off and on, windy all day, wind still blowing. We're in the lower Philly 40s, feels like 30s with the wind chill. I'm not ready for this stuff yet. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. On this thirsty Thursday, or Friday Eve. 12 days till Election Day. 35 days till Thanksgiving. Wow, got a wild Wednesday tonight. Starting with the Terre Haute drop and hook. After that, who knows what the office has planned. But we've got clear skies rolling along I-70 somewhere here in the Hoosier State. Showing 45 degrees out there at this hour. Well, there is Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler. 44 degrees, clear starlit skies. St. Louis, Missouri. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south to the land of Dixie with a load of sows bound to be made into the nitrate-laden diabetic sausage that a driver can buy off the rollers at the Love's travel stops nationwide. Steve, it's an epic night for a high-speed trip across the boulevard. Special shout-out to Bob in Michigan. From the gateway to the west. Two-time pulling the pork tonight, huh? There's Snuffy and Granny. Morning. Going through Ohio. Headed towards State College, Pennsylvania. Got a delivery in the morning. Everybody truck safe out there. And there's Greg, 42 degrees, Fort Bridger, Wyoming. Checking in tonight. Well, we see winter is already impacting some highways in the state of Colorado. Therefore, the Colorado DOT is reminding commercial drivers Colorado's chain season is officially underway. Safety starts with preparation. This is the second year that Colorado's updated chain law is in effect. It's the must-carry law signed by the governor last year that requires all commercial vehicle drivers to carry chains from September 1 to May 31. This applies to vehicles with a combined weight of more than 16,000 pounds used in commerce or as transport for at least 16 passengers, including the driver, on public highways. Failure to comply can result in fines of $500 just for not carrying chains, up to $1,000 plus surcharge if you end up blocking the roadway. There are sections of road where commercial vehicles must carry chains or alternative traction devices regardless of the weather conditions, including sections of I-70, Colorado Highway 9, a number of U.S. routes, 40, 50, 160, 285, 550. The DOT says more than 1,300 must-carry chain law citations were issued last winter in the chain season. Commercial vehicle traffic accounts for like 10% of vehicles on I-70, chains helping to reduce the closures and delays, but over 1,400 centerline miles of highway are subject to those must-carry chain laws. So be aware, it's that time of year once again. Don't get caught with your pants down there. Meanwhile, TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has rejected a proposal to end the government shutdown. Senate Democrats are refusing to support the House funding resolution unless it includes an extension of Obamacare subsidies. The state of Arizona is suing the U.S. House to force the swearing in of Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, arguing Speaker Mike Johnson is denying 800,000 Arizonans representation.
If Congress does not take action by the end of the year to extend tax credits for those on the Affordable Care Act, between 4 and 5 million Americans, including over 600,000 Californians, will be priced out of their health insurance.
Johnson says he'll swear her in when Congress returns. Her vote could trigger a key vote on releasing Epstein files. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell 334 points, the S&P dropped by 35, and the Nasdaq lost 213 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. All right, kicking things off as we work our way into, what are we at, 23rd day of October? Wow. It's a Thursday. And I do believe, according to the screen, Doug's got a question for Big Ed. What's happening, Doug?
Good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. I got a question for Big Ed. Super Oklahoma fan he is.
Yeah.
Why did, if he's listening, Bob Stoops, he played and coached a little bit at Iowa, and then he coached for quite a while at Oklahoma. I guess now he's like 3 coaches ago. But I was curious, because Big Ed knows a lot about the Sooners.
Oh, yeah.
Why Bob Stoops left? And if Bob Stoops is waiting in the wings possibly for Kirk Ferentz to retire at Iowa and become the Iowa head coach. I'd love to get Big Ed's thoughts on all that.
Okay.
I've been thinking about asking him for quite a while.
I'd be happy to ask the question. If he doesn't check in, obviously, this morning, I'm not sure what he's up to because he's kind of like off the road now, but sometimes he's up listening, sometimes. But tomorrow morning, of course, Friday morning, of course, he and the Grump will be checking in to give us our college football weekend picks for the upcoming weekend. So he'll definitely be with us tomorrow morning.
All right. And so if he doesn't call it tonight, you said you'd mention it to him tomorrow, possibly?
I'll do my darndest to remember. Bob Stoops. Don't let me forget.
Sounds good, Steve. I appreciate it.
All right. Everything else going all right, Doug?
Doing just fine. Just out here trucking.
All right. Well, good to hear from you. And thanks for being a listener, and thanks for checking in from time to time. Well, we have a A deja vu scenario out there on the highways once again. The deadly crash that occurred in California. I believe this was on Tuesday of this week. 3 fatalities in total. Law enforcement were initially trying to withhold the name of the driver involved in that crash. Reports this past day after public pressure. Indeed, the identity of the 21-year-old semi-truck driver who killed 3 on a Southern California freeway Tuesday has indeed been released. It is Jashanpreet Singh. According to Fox News, Singh is an Indian illegal alien who was caught and released by Border Patrol at the El Centro, California sector by the Biden administration in March of 2022. You know, the old catch and release into the country. I'm told ICE is placing a detainer request on Singh with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, where he is now in custody on suspicion of DUI, causing great bodily injury and gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated. Again, 3 were killed, several others severely injured after the driver of the semi, which now the dash cam from his truck has been made public, plowing into vehicles on the freeway in Ontario, California Tuesday. Eyewitnesses said the collision created a massive fireball after the driver didn't even hit the brakes, they say, did not touch the brakes, plowing into nearly stopped traffic. It took over 24 hours from the time of the accident for the California Highway Patrol to release the identity of the driver who caused that crash. Now, we had reached out to the Highway Patrol officer, Rodrigo Jimenez, inquiring about the identity. Officer Jimenez didn't immediately respond. However, later Wednesday, KTLA reported what authorities identified the driver again as Jashanpreet Singh, 21 years old again. That dash cam, which has been shared by many via social media, it's kind of going viral, obtained by KABC, showing the moment plowing into first 3 vehicles before smashing into another semi-truck. In total, 8 vehicles, including 4 big rigs, were involved in the deadly crash. Eyewitnesses said Singh was driving at a high rate of speed, slamming into the vehicles. Arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs. Other charges, they tell us, are pending. All right, authorities said he was under the influence. They have not said what drugs yet. When his speeding truck crashed into the nearly stopped vehicles, bumper-to-bumper traffic in the westbound lanes of the 10 freeway. But again, according to the Highway Patrol, did not hit his brakes prior to the crash, arrested on the scene. So developing scenario, horrific. But yet again, caught, released into the heart of the country, and out there causing pandemonium. Where does it end? Around the country, it is 844-844-3388. Now, it looks like Eagle wants to get in early. He said got some sort of a delivery early this morning. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I got a delivery in the morning, unfortunately, around 2 or 3 o'clock. Yeah, so I called in early tonight. I got to deal with these people messing up my sleep, dealing with these clowns. I'll probably be in the loading dock all night long with these idiots. So to get a 3 o'clock appointment, I'll probably be lucky if I get out about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. By the time you go off the radio,
wow,
to show you how stupid these people are. I'll probably still be back to the dock when you go off the radio, when you go off the air in the morning. Yeah, these guys are a waste of time. A lot of these places, these grocery warehouses useless. You know, they instead of doing it like other people do, you know, the Costco's and stuff. Costco, they do it the right way. They unload all the freight off the trailer. They unload the freight off the trailer and sign the bills and let you get the hell out of there. They count the freight after you leave. That's what the holdup is with a lot of these customers. Is you counting all these damn boxes and cases. You know, that's what takes all the time. Instead of letting the driver go on about his business, you got your freight. You only give me my paperwork so I can get the hell out of here. But they don't think that way, and then they got the nerve to charge you an enormous lumper fee, $400 or $500 lumper fee, of some of these ridiculous people. Like I say, there's some changes that need to be made. But you know, I had to call in tonight, Steve, man. You know I was gonna call, because no sooner than I was looking at the videos on my phone, and what do I see? What do I see? I just told you just a couple of weeks ago. So I thought they had got all these losers off the road. You know, I've been making comments about they hadn't been having no accidents.
Yep.
You know, the last couple of weeks, and I knew I was snake bit. I knew I shouldn't have said that. And no sooner than I said that, I'm minding my own business this morning, looking at some TikTok videos, and what do I see? I see a runaway truck. And I know you don't believe in conspiracy, Steve, and this ain't no conspiracy. They've been saying this for 2001, way back to 9/11, that foreigners would use tractor trailers as vehicles of destruction. Now, I'm telling you what I've seen in the video. You said it even first. I listened to every word you said. You said the guy never hit his brakes. Sound to me, that don't sound like no accident to me. You call it what you want to call it. A couple of other accidents that they had in Texas, same scenario. Guy never touched the brakes. Guy makes a U-turn in Florida with a big smile on his face. No coincidence as far as I'm concerned. Like I say, it's not a conspiracy if it's true. You know, like I said, we may disagree on that. I don't know. But I'm telling you what I've seen in the video. The guy was running too fast in that truck.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that's been to Southern California, I know the stack spot. That's why I don't go to California no more. That's Ontario right there. That's one of the busiest interstates in the U.S. Right in that area, the petrol truck stop in the TA, and they have all hell breaks loose on every day, given day there. Then there's no reason for that guy to be running operating the truck that fast in that type of environment with cars all around. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the video, Steve, but you need to take a look at this video.
I saw that.
It's a damn shame.
Yep.
These people got wiped out. They never knew what hit him. This guy literally drove through the car that was in front of him that was at a stop. Those people never knew what happened. They never had a chance, and they are dead due to this guy's stupidity. And here's the sad part. You know, it wasn't good enough for him, Steve. You know, it wasn't good enough for him to be in the U.S. illegally. That wasn't good enough for that guy. That wasn't all. But no, he even had to be intoxicated, or either they said he was full of drugs. You know, it's bad enough he in the country illegally, and then he got the nerve to drive a truck under the influence of drugs. That's a damn shame. And guess where he comes from? In California, just like I told you a couple of months ago. It's that same area over there, that Fresno, California area. That over there, I've been to that area numerous times where they come to the Fresno area, where they have a lot of produce. You see them same guys, they all got the last name, and they all got the Muslim Arab. This was a guy, they tried to hide the identity of this individual, 21-year-old guy that did the damage here today. This guy here needs to be under the jail, not in jail. And I don't know if they have a death penalty in California, but he definitely deserves it because it's just unnecessary to operate a truck in that manner. If you call yourself a professional driver, people said that they seen this guy speeding, zigzagging in and out of traffic before the accident occurred. And it's really a damn shame. You know, he had a dash cam. I'm surprised they released the dash cam of this accident. Yeah. That's how bad it is. I hate to see anybody lose it. And they make a truck driver look. You should see the comments on TikTok, Steve, that people are making about it. They are making it out that all truck drivers are mass murderers. They saying that the people are scared of truck drivers, that we got dangerous people on behind the wheel of these trucks. Yeah, go see for yourself. Go to TikTok during one of your breaks and look at the video and look at the comments and look at what the American people are saying about U.S. truck drivers. I take offense to it because I'm not a driver. I don't do that. I've been doing driving for over 25 years, and I've never taken nobody's life, and I don't intend on taking nobody's life because I operate this truck the way it's supposed to be operated. And I take offense with somebody that has the nerve to be here illegally, and then they got the nerve to operate a truck under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Anybody that's listening to me tonight ought to be offended. If you got a family, a wife and kids that's operating a vehicle in any state in America, you should be appalled that Joe Biden and these certain people allow these individuals into the country unabated. Joe Biden, even though he's not in the White House right now, Steve, he is still affecting Americans. And that's a damn shame. Joe Biden is no longer president, but he's still affecting this country on a daily basis. Yep. When you see all the protests that's going on in Portland, Oregon, Chicago, New York, you name it, all that protesting for immigrant people that's here illegally. You see all the people that's lost their lives due to the truck drivers that shouldn't be operating. Didn't I just tell you last week, Steve, you had said it. The Oklahoma had the checkpoint, and they stopped drivers riding around with driver's license saying unknown driver, no, with not even a damn name on the driver's license. These states should be penalized, and they should be forced to get these individuals off the street or face a heavy penalty. And I'm talking about Gavin Newsom, because a lot of them come from the state of California. Mm-hmm. And Gavin Newsom, he's back at it again, Steve, running his mouth. You know, this guy, either he's the stupidest guy in the world or he just hates Donald Trump that much. Now he's trying to say that he don't need help in San Francisco. He's trying to say that, he said he didn't need help in L.A., he said he didn't need help in other cities in California. And now Trump's saying he's going into Frisco. And now Gavin Newsom saying he don't need no help in Frisco. Yeah, Gavin Newsom, you need help. You need help, all right. You need help to get the hell out of California and find you a new job because you're not fit to be the governor of the state of California. That guy has blood on his hands, and that's the reason why I don't go to California, Steve. I've told you this for years. I refuse to operate my truck in that state, that miserable state, as long as he calls himself the governor of that state. And as long as he's the governor of the state of California, it'll continue to go down the drain. And I'm going to say this one last thing. If American people are dumb enough to vote for that guy in 2028 for president of the United States of America, you get exactly what you get exactly what you deserve. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, one thing I've not seen yet is we do not know whether or not it would be a Sikh, not a Muslim. It would be a Sikh from India with the turbans. Do not know what his English language proficiency status was. Be interesting to see if he spoke any English or not, because California, even in light of losing $40 million in funding from the Department of Transportation just last week for not enforcing that regulation. What would the irony be if we go back and find out this particular driver had been stopped or gone through a scale or anything of that nature, not checked for English language, which should have placed him out of service, out from behind the wheel of driving a truck in this country. To be interested how this all unfolds. Anxious to see. If I had to venture a guess, I would fully suspect probably does not. At the age of 21, just came into the United States. I would venture he does not speak the English language whatsoever. We'll continue to follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right. Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler. I see on the screen there you had some follow-up to some of what Eagle was just saying. But before I get to you there, Lauren, I wanted to kind of add on to your list of topics to discuss. We've been talking about the cattle beef prices, the reduced cattle herd, and the president making that suggestion about maybe importing beef from other countries. I guess maybe, I don't know, is he backing down a bit after the pushback this past day? President Trump working to getting the cost of beef down, now calling on the cattle ranchers to lower their prices, as tariffs on imported beef might add to inflation in the sector. The cattle ranchers, who I love, he says, I don't understand that the only reason they're doing so well for the first time in decades is because I put tariffs on cattle coming into the United States, including a 50% tariff on Brazil. Now, he said that on Truth Social yesterday. He went on to say, if it weren't for me, they'd be doing just what they've done for the past 20 years. Terrible. It'd be nice if they would understand that, but they also have to get their prices down because the consumer is a very big factor in my thinking as well. Now, that news as the Chicago Mercantile Exchange live cattle futures rose on Tuesday for a second session as the market extended its recovery from Friday's steep sell-off, buoyed by firm beef prices and tight U.S. cattle supplies. Chicago Mercantile Exchange December live cattle settled up 1.77 cents Tuesday, or 0.73% at 245.425 cents per pound. November feeder cattle futures ended up 0.21%, 373.475 cents per pound. Both markets had plunged Friday after Trump said the administration was working to lower beef prices. Analysts have been skeptical about that suggestion over the weekend to import more beef from Argentina, which last year represented maybe like 2% of total U.S. beef imports. Tight cattle supplies continue to underpin futures as the cattle herd has thinned to its smallest size, they tell us, since the 1950s. In the wholesale market, choice cuts of beef were priced at, $371.93 per hundredweight, up $2.75 from Monday, and the highest reading in nearly a month's time, according to the Department of Agriculture. Select cuts declined 89 cents to 352.57 per CWT. All right, beef packer margins remain deeply negative estimated losses of $216.25 per head, compared to losses of $196.60 per head a day before. They went on to some of the other, the hog futures and things of that nature, but the cattle ranchers, what can they do to get prices down? Is there something? And, of course, they pretty much made it clear after Sunday's suggestion of bringing in Argentine beef that would prompt ranchers to, why would they want to increase their herd if the prices are going to be depressed? They're looking for the return on their. I think it's a little more complicated maybe than the president makes it out to be. I have no understanding when it comes to the cattle markets, beef prices, hog prices, all that. So, all right, there, Lauren, we'll look to get your feedback on that. First, let's get through the news break. And, of course, several lines available at 844-844-3388. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has again rejected a measure that would end this government shutdown. This follows Oregon Democrat Jeff Merkley speaking on the floor for over 22 hours. Democrats refused to vote for a House funding resolution unless it extends health care insurance subsidies used by over 20 million people. The Democrat whip is openly admitting to using the government shutdown to gain leverage. While appearing on Fox News, Representative Kathleen Clark said that families will suffer, but
it is one of the few leveraged times we have.
Republicans with Trump's backing are offering a clean continuing resolution to keep the government funded, but Democrats continuously refuse. The Trump administration launched its first Pacific strike on an alleged drug smuggling boat, killing 2, bringing the total to the U.S. anti-narco campaign to over 30. Defense Secretary Hegseth calls it a war on narco-terrorists. The strikes have been part of Trump's campaign against what he refers to as a threat coming from Venezuela. A driver was arrested Tuesday night after ramming a vehicle into a White House gate while President Trump was inside. No injuries reported. The car was deemed safe. Secret Service and police investigated the motive. The incident comes as rising security threats, including a recent suspicious hunting stand near Air Force One's Palm Beach landing zone. Congressional Democrats are launching a website that will track when and where federal immigration raids are occurring. California Congressman Robert Garcia says this site will not feature sensitive police details.
Over the course of the next couple of weeks, the Oversight Committee will be launching on their website a master ICE tracker.
All the information will come from the public. Attorney General Pam Bondi blasted this move, saying it will put ICE agents at risk for just doing their jobs. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell 334 points. The S&P dropped by 35, and the Nasdaq lost 213 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Hundreds of federal agents are heading to the San Francisco Bay Area for an immigration operation, with Coast Guard Base Alameda as a staging point. San Francisco District Attorney Brooke Jenkins knew the move was coming.
The precursor to the National Guard is likely going to be Customs and Border Patrol and ICE agents, just as we've seen in Los Angeles and Chicago. And I think that presents a much greater challenge for us.
California Governor Gavin Newsom calls it authoritarian, while the Trump administration says it's simply enforcing immigration law. Local officials vow legal action if National Guard troops are sent. A federal ICE operation in Manhattan's Chinatown sparked chaos as agents clashed with crowds during a crackdown on illegal vendors. Councilman Christopher Marte called it disturbing intimidation.
I think this is a response from the White House after we had over 100,000 people protest not having a king in that White House.
Agents used mace and batons, they made arrests and shut nearby streets while NYPD had no role. An additional company is recalling its frozen shrimp due to possible exposure to radiation.
According to a news release issued by the FDA, the shrimp may have been exposed to very low levels of cesium-137. Products included in the most recent shrimp recall were sold under the brand names Aquastar, Publix, Best Yet, and Waterfront Bistro. The FDA says no illnesses have been reported, but people who bought the affected shrimp should either throw it away or return it to the store where it was purchased. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
It's a brand new day coming our way. Ready or not, we're making our way into a Thursday. Indeed, start looking toward the weekend, right? It's Friday Eve, 23rd day of October. Hope your week's going well. I promised we'd get to the two-time world champion bull hauler as we kick off another hour. Morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing well. Ready for the weekend, are you? What weekend?
Yeah, I don't really get a weekend with what I do, but no, I'll start on the beef end of the stuff. There's a lot of factors as to why there's been a reduction of the herd. I mean, there's, been drought, and a lot of it has to do with producers or majority of the farmers and ranchers in this country are baby boomers, and they're all getting older, and they're getting out of it, or they're downsizing, because especially now that they're making good money, they're just going to sell out and not, not spend the money to put all that back in again when they're in their 70s, and then you've got the four big packers control a lot of the stuff on the cost. And the interesting thing about this is what a lot of I'm a Trump voter and I'm a Trump supporter, but I'm not a Trump Kool-Aid drinker. And a lot of the Trump Kool-Aid drinkers are not paying attention to the fact that he's supporting big business in this term. And our largest, the U.S. imports more beef than we export, and that's just the way it's been. But the two biggest we've imported from have been Australia and Brazil, and Argentina's a smaller player on that scale. However, Argentina is where JBS is based out of, and JBS is more than likely in Donald Trump's back pocket, and that's why they're going to be able to start bringing in a lot of the beef from Argentina to put on our shelves, and it's not the responsibility of the producer to have to do anything less to lower the cost, because the input costs are way too high as it is right now, and I haven't seen anything since Donald Trump started his second term, and he's made an attempt to try to do anything to help the general public with getting prices down in any way, shape, or form. And the prices that the producers are getting right now has nothing to do with anything that he's done at all. Has nothing to do with his tariffs, none of that. In fact, the tariffs are kind of bending over a lot of the actual farmers as it is. But the reason the prices are where they're at is as everybody knows, it's a supply and demand deal. Now, another factor you got going on is there's a lot of agricultural land in this country that's being turned into solar farms. You're starting to see that all over in Indiana and Illinois, and I get out into a lot of remote places that are becoming that was once good productive cropland that's now solar panels, and I used to run the Pacific Northwest in California, hauling livestock out of there, and I got a lot of buddies who are telling me that you get up into those real remote areas in Nevada and Oregon, places like that they've kicked all the cattle off of, and they're turning them into, wind farms for solar and things like that. So there's a lot of mitigating factors involved in that, and I think right now, while the producers are making good money, they should be allowed to make good money. Another thing that's going into this whole thing that the media is overlooking is that wages have gone up for everybody. I mean, people are overall making more money, and so things are just going to be a little bit higher in cost anyway. But mainly, you've got Tyson, Cargill, JBS, and National Beef that control the supply in this country of beef. They control the prices on it. They control the producers of it, and that's that. They need to address that. They won't address that. No party's done that. And what we're experiencing right now is not solely the fault of Joe Biden. This goes back many administrations.
Okay. Hey, if you don't mind, I got an email. Grump, he asked if you'd mind him being tied in. He has a couple questions for you as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
Go ahead, Grump.
Hey, Lauren, how you doing, man?
Grump, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good, hauling beef, man. You know how it is, brother. So mine are dead and in boxes. But what are you seeing on the weights of cattle right now? Are they getting lighter cows to the slaughter? Because I know on the pots and stuff. What are you doing? About 60 head per pot now? Is that about right, or?
No, you're talking about the weight. The weight on slaughter cattle's actually increased. It's up 16, 17, 1,800 pounds now. They're raising them up to, and that's up more than it was even 3 years ago. What we are seeing, Grump, is a lot of the stuff that's being sold through sale barns. I'm getting a lot more junk cattle in these feeder calves that they're getting rid of because they can get a good price for them. And you know, it's relatively easy when you get a healthy load of anything from 5 to 8 weight or 5 to 8 weight feeders, and you can load them up and you can pretty much rely on them making a 1,000-mile trip pretty easily. But you're getting a lot of stuff now that's wanting to lay down, and they're just getting rid of a lot of their junk, you know. But yeah, the overall weight on fat cattle's gone up on what they're slaughtering.
Well, I'm looking right now at like yesterday they unloaded over here at Schuyler. I think it was 36 loads is what they told me. You know, of course they're going to holding pens and stuff like that. But just looking at some of the cows that was coming off them trailers, they looked a hell of a lot smaller than what they normally do. I was thinking, I was kind of curious whether or not, you're hauling primarily to the feedlots or going up here to the slaughter barns.
I don't do a lot of fat cattle, but I know that, Cargill's got different, but these kill plants too, Grump, they'll have different buying programs. Like Cargill might have this one I was telling Steve a minute ago, they might be dictating to the producer what they want for weight too, but, I don't know I do know overall, and overall, can mean you can still have some smaller ones, but, 3 years ago, a fat cow was about 1,250 to 1,300 pounds that was fed that way. And now they're upwards 1,600 to 1,800 pounds is what they're averaging. I'm seeing a lot bigger, we're getting a lot more 9-weight cattle going into backgrounding lots than you used to see also. And you used to not see that to where they're backgrounding them at that weight.
I read an article the other day that about anywhere from 8 to 12% of the cattle, the cows on the market right now that are not showing up at the slaughter are going for grass-fed beef for independence. And I don't think the government is caught up with counting those the way they should right now, and it's showing it as a loss on the head of cattle out here, available calves, for supply and demand side. But they, more and more people are turning to this, a lot more grass fed, around where I live, there in Sedalia, Missouri. We've got a couple of processing facilities around there, and they're doing outrageous. I mean, they're shipping it out in several different states, grass fed beef. We don't see a lot of that in where I'm at, at Cargill. We don't see a lot of grass-fed beef coming through or hitting the shelves or anything else. But, man, we're just busier than we can be. I mean, I've never really seen it so damn busy as what it is right now. And I know Trump likes to pat himself on the damn back and act like he's just all that in a bag of chips when it comes to, prices and things coming in and stuff like that. But he has nothing to do with what's going on. But it does seem like every time he opens his mouth, something happens to the stock market. And I wish he would just keep it closed from time to time because and then you start seeing, more trucks setting than available. Yesterday, I was talking to the security guard over there. I come in here every day at Skyler, pick up either hides or I'll pick up box beef and take it down to a finished plant. But he, they said they had 63 trucks waiting on loads yesterday, and I mean, they're just killing as many as they possibly can. But I wasn't sure what you was doing, as far as, whether you was hauling fat cows or primarily, feeders or going to, anywhere around. That was my questions that I had.
My company is international in U.S. and Canada and Mexico, and they Parks Livestock deals primarily in cull hogs, like market size, a lot of sows, stuff like that. And then our cattle buyer that we had, he passed away, but we backhaul a lot of cattle for people, and we get a lot of cattle backhauls because we're loading a lot of trucks, because a lot of these guys in this part of the country, see, livestock for the most part, people think they make good money because they'll get $5 or $6 a mile, but what they don't understand is that most of the time you're running 50% of your miles empty, but you get out here in the Midwest and you can take a load of hogs one way and bring a load of cattle back the next way, so it helps out quite a bit, but
right.
But I don't do overall a lot of fat cattle, but I do know a lot of the stuff we've been seeing going into feedlots has been they're even selling a lot smaller stuff now too. A lot of 5-weight cattle are getting into different programs that they wouldn't primarily be in if it weren't for what kind of price they're getting on them. And so,
right.
It's picked up though because you what?
Now it's going to be taken off the market because of a lot of the shit that into the ranchers are doing now. I know a lot of them are advertising for they're advertising go direct with Bush.
Yeah, he's breaking up there, Lauren.
Now you got.
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't hear him. Did you hear him, Steve?
Not really. Try again there, Grump.
I'm in a bad area here, but yeah, I was just seeing a lot of the cattle that's being taken out of the market right now. I was just kind of wondering, what Lauren is seeing as far as a lot of the grass-fed people, because I know it's picking up. Does 12% seem about right for a top end on that?
I don't buy. I live down in. Did you say you live up in Sedalia, Missouri?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down south of you there, down in Carthage. You know where that's at.
Oh yeah.
And I don't buy meat from a store. We contract with a farmer down there, and we get meat packages, and he's buying a lot of calves off of people to put out on grass to feed for his programs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting to be a real popular thing, and people are starting to support the smaller farmers in that aspect. Right. I mean, you're always going to need beef feed this country, but it's just maddening why these politicians, and it's both parties. I mean, everybody wants to blame Joe Biden for all these problems, but it's both parties that caused this, especially with the beef. And I can tell you this, back in 2019, when I was doing all that lobbying for the livestock hours of service, I had to sit through meetings with the producers from the U.S. Cattlemen's Association, and a big part of it back then was they were doing herd reduction because they wanted to try to overwhelm the market with this lab-grown meat, and that hasn't come to fruition yet. I don't think it ever will, but you got Bill Gates is a big land buyer, and a lot of people are jumping up and down about China owning farm ground in this country. But Grump, the Chinese are all about having live animals in their food, and they're buying a lot of land so that they can put livestock on it. And I'm thinking, that's better. If Bill Gates is really limiting the land that he's buying and having any kind of cattle or lamb production or anything on it, and I don't know how far out of that Nebraska area you get, but like if you go out of our barn at Ottumwa, Iowa, and you go all the way out 34 to where it ties into US 67 out there by Galesburg, Illinois, there's a spot right there where that highway comes together. It's 500 acres on both sides of US 34, and the 1,000 acres total is all nothing but solar panels now.
Wow!
And you're seeing that. You're seeing that out. You go out east to Indianapolis on I-70 and all that. Well, it used to be that good soybean and corn ground. It's just miles and miles and miles of solar panels. And I took some dairy heifers up to southwest Wisconsin, up in that what do they call that, the Missy Glacier or area or something. It's kind of mountainous up there. It's something about where the glaciers went around that area, so it's real hilly up there. And I took some dairy heifers up there to unload up by Lancaster, Wisconsin, and I went over this hill, and for as far as you could see, it was just rolling hills of solar panels out there.
Mm.
Yep.
You know, and
I know they're really cutting it back. You know, people are farmers, and so many are learning that they can sit in the damn house and collect royalties off that property and don't have to grow a thing on it. And,
well,
that needs to be.
I know when I grew up out in Boulder, Colorado, there was a kid that his dad, they farmed right there on that Front Range area. This is in the late 70s, early 80s. And I remember this kid, his name was Danny, and his dad was always preaching about how you never sell out agriculture. And then here about 6 years ago, I was up there right at the Nebraska-Colorado line south of Kimball up there, and I went to load, and it turned out I was on this Danny's ranch up there. And I hadn't seen him in years, and I'm like, well, how'd you end up here? And he said, well, the developers just rolled in one day, and he said they just wrote a check that was, I mean, there was no way in hell you could say no to it. And he told me, he said, if you'll let me be honest with you, because we're old friends, he says, I don't say this to brag, but I'll tell you, they paid off, they gave Dad enough money, they paid off his debt. We bought all brand new equipment up here and bought all this land and paid for it and paid good money for it, and we put $1 million in the bank on top of that.
Mm.
And that's part of what's happening, Grum, because, see, like I mentioned to Steve, a good percentage of this whole country shifted, man, because the baby boom generation is what's been driving all this, and us youngest baby boomers are 61 years old now. And all of them guys that were those farmers and those ranchers and that are up there in age. And yeah, you see these cowboys like Boots O'Neill that's 93 that still rides horseback on the 4.6s and that, but he's not the guy running the ranch there. And you're getting a lot of these guys 65, 70, 75, and now they finally made enough money to pay everything off, and they got some money in the bank, and they're like, why in the hell do they want to turn around and buy some more calves and start over again when they don't have to? You know, before it was just trying to stay afloat and pay the bank note. Now you've made a little bit of money, so I think you're going to see a lot of corporate takeover in this country in the next 5 to 10 years. It's not going to be a good thing, and I'm as big a free market guy as anybody else out here, but I see where it's going to have its downsides too, and so that's what. You're right about that. Trump doesn't have anything to do with it, and we're not going to see the prices drop exponentially because of his tariffs or anything, and those are actually probably causing a little bit of the problem too if we can't import beef because we don't have enough cows in this country. See, you could take a sow and she'll have 3 litters in a year, and you can rebuild your hog herd in no time. But you know, you got one cow. Basically has one calf a year. It takes a long time to replenish something like that.
Yeah, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, they run about 1,000 head right now. You know, and you know, of course they're doing some row cropping too. You know, to feed them too. But you know, corn and kind of saving money like that. But it, you know, they did pretty good on calves this spring. But I think he's doing, glad that the prices are up a little bit, but you don't see that much of a reward on the grower side because of all the cost that's involved in it. Everything from feeding them to, even the vet bills are going through the damn roof on, on medicine and things that they need for the cattle.
And see, you can have a multinational corporation like a JBS get in behind that, and they're going to support importing stuff all day long because it's going to keep. That's how it's going to keep. They're going to keep lording over the little producers. I mean, I haven't run into a producer yet that won't tell you that that's one of the main problems is that there's only 4 main packing houses out here, and then you got a couple of independents, like you got Ark City, Kansas down there, and they do a lot of natural and organic stuff down there that goes out, but you got those 4 big producers dictating everything, and that's one area that the government won't budge. They won't get in there and try to break up that monopolistic hold on the industry for whatever reason. But I don't know why anybody questions that, because when you can control agriculture, you can control the people,
That's right. Yeah, it's and they damn sure control it. When you got the big 4, man, it's I know, what we've done, and they everybody knows they manipulate the markets. They they can claim there's a shortage, but they just aren't they're just not sending that many to slaughter, and like I said, like I'd say, just on my brother-in-law, he probably sent I'd say probably 300 head to just for grass-fed beef this year, and stuff.
Yep,
it's better on it. And
and he can make better money individually with that grass-fed beef. I mean, he's not getting as many of them sold, but he can turn around and probably make a better price off of that selling to an individual that wants to buy it too.
Yeah.
And, here's something about Cargill. They got out of they don't own any feedlots at all anymore. They sold all of their animal production stuff. JBS bought their hog production, and their hog killing plants, and Green Plains bought their cattle feedlots.
Mm-hmm. Gentlemen, we got to pause there. We're up to the hard break here, so hang in there. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has rejected a proposal to end the government shutdown. Senate Democrats are refusing to support the House funding resolution unless it includes an extension of Obamacare subsidies. The state of Arizona is suing the U.S. House to force the swearing-in of Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, arguing Speaker Mike Johnson is denying 800,000 Arizonans representation.
If Congress does not take action by the end of the year to extend tax credits for those on the Affordable Care Act, between 4 and 5 million Americans, including over 600,000 Californians, will be priced out of their health insurance.
Johnson says he'll swear her in when Congress returns. Her vote could trigger a key vote on releasing Epstein files. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell 334 points. The S&P dropped by 35, and the Nasdaq lost 213 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. All right. Thank you much. Welcome back as we work our way into a Thursday from time zone to time zone. All right, I'm going to get back with Lauren. I'll let you finish up with your story about Cargill there. And I know you had some follow-up as far as what Eagle was saying. Go ahead there, Lauren.
Yeah. No, anyway, Cargill got out of the beef raising business, and Cargill, JBS, and Tyson all have money invested in the baked meat industry too, you know. So they're players in that also. I'll be real short to add on to what Eagle was saying. I stopped at a truck stop out east of Des Moines on I-80 here a couple months ago, and it was one of those Indian-owned ones. And I got to talking to the guy in there, and he became a born-again Christian, so he kind of got kicked out of this network. But he was telling me, he showed me a map, Steve, and all around the country, there's these Indians and Muslims own these truck stops in kind of a little group, and most of those drivers will go to those if they're in the area, and that's where they kind of cohabitate at. And they're building a network, and he says it gets bigger every year. And he just manages one for a group of guys that are from the Punjabi part of India, and they come over here, and he said that the networks are getting bigger in this country, and we got to talking, and he was sharing a lot of stuff with me, and there's a high number of drivers from India that are being brought over, and a lot of them they're not working for it. Like a guy from India will come over and he'll start a fleet, and that's all he hires is those Indian drivers. He won't hire anybody else.
Exactly.
And so that's part of the problem that we're running into, and I think they figured that out. But it's going to be interesting to see going down the road. We've got a real problem down where we're at with. We just had a Hispanic guy killed a couple. I was leaving town Tuesday, and I seen a bad accident. This Hispanic kid was intoxicated, and he ran a stop sign and killed a couple, and it was his multiple-time DUI. And down in our part of the country, in Missouri down there, and they do this for everybody. You can go out and get drunk on Friday night and get a DUI, and they'll let you out of jail, and then you can go out and get drunk Saturday night and get a DUI, and they'll let you out of jail.
Wow.
And they just don't do anything about it,
I'll be darned.
And so, anyway, I'll let you go. You have me on here plenty long, and if Grump's still on here, it's good talking to you and all that. So we'll turn the phones over to somebody else. So have a good evening.
All right. Thanks for chiming in. I know Grump also, I know he wanted to talk about the California accident before we get to that and get his 2 cents. Couple days prior to the latest incident involving the big truck that we've been kind of highlighting this morning, 3 fatalities, and illegal from India. Do not know where he had received his commercial driver's license, but I would venture California. Because, we'll wait and see officially, but that's my best guess. We're going to find out it's California, and I'm, as I mentioned a bit ago, waiting to see does he have any English proficiency whatsoever? My guess is likely not. But several days before that, it's another scenario. And this all just goes back over and over again. The carnage, the death, lives being lost in this country due to what had been the open door policy of the previous administration. In this case, it wasn't involving a tractor trailer, but it was a twice deported illegal alien that killed a 61-year-old North Carolina man in a drunk driving hit and run who is now in federal custody, according to the Homeland Security Department this past Monday. 30-year-old Warner Orozco Clemente, who also used the name Wilmer Fuentes Mahai, a Guatemalan national with a record of DUIs and assault. Kind of like just what Laura was just saying. Authorities say he was driving drunk September 13 when he struck and killed Richard Ferguson Jr. in Durham, North Carolina, before fleeing the scene. His vehicle ran off the road, hit a couple of signs, then hit Ferguson. He was later charged with hit and run, involuntary manslaughter, and driving with a revoked license. Ferguson's grieving brother told WRAL television he did not deserve to get killed and leave this earth. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has lodged a detainer with the Durham County Detention Center, where he's being held after that fatal crash. The agency blasted local officials for releasing him after prior DUI arrests. If he had never got out on bond, my brother would be alive today, according to Reginald Ferguson. Our brother worked since he was 14, never has been able to even enjoy a vacation with his own retirement. Wilmer Fuentes Mahai is a criminal illegal alien from Guatemala with a history of driving while intoxicated, previously deported by ICE in 2020. A local district attorney allowed him to walk free after multiple DUIs, only to then cause a fatal hit and run to kill an innocent 61-year-old in North Carolina. McLaughlin vowed the Ferguson family will get justice. ICE lodged a detainer for his criminal to ensure this menace and public safety threat is not released back onto America's streets. Now, the records show this guy first entered the U.S. illegally in 2015 and was released by the then Obama administration. He was ordered removed in 2019, deported under President Donald Trump in 2020, and re-entered illegally at an unknown date. But obviously, if he was deported in 2020, he had to come back in under when the open border policy, catch and release. All right, welcome back, Grump. Thanks for hanging in there.
And, Steve, we're just going to continue to see this until Congress gets off their butts and gets a law through it that strips the executives of these states, such as Gavin Newsom and the rest of these idiots that are allowing this to happen and being complicit with them getting these driver's license, knowing damn well that they're illegal. When Congress passes a law that strips them of their immunities and makes them prosecutable for these crimes, and they can be held as an accessory, then we're going to see it change. Until then, it's never going to change. Mm-hmm. And we've talked about it before. The first thing they do when they get over here is they bring their driving habits with them. That guy that just killed the people out in California, I disagree wholeheartedly with Eagle. It's not some conspiracy or anything else, as far as the, something that's established or whatever, what he was trying to say. I think they don't care. Number one, the chances of them getting caught are slim to none. I have seen guys pull up at meat houses before or be parked, waiting on their trailer to come out with a damn cooler full of beer and sitting there drinking beer.
Wow.
And I have seen guys, get out of the truck. I got into an argument with a Canadian one time. Opens up his side box, slid it out, had 2 shots of Crown Royal, slid like a damn little bar in there, and slid it back in. And he was, hey, I, got to get my mind right before I said, dude, I will call the cops on you if you move that damn truck. This is a lot of things that's going on right now. And with these illegals that are here, first of all, any governor that grants one of them a license, is absolutely just totally out of his damn mind. And they should automatically be stripped of their immunities. When they accept that responsibility and say, hey, I want this illegal alien here to have a driver's license so they can get around and they can work. First of all, they're not paying taxes unless they have a stolen Social Security number, which is a freaking felony. And I listened to Nancy Pelosi talking about the illegals that are here. Well, they bring thousands of dollars of revenue into this country. My butt. They don't bring nothing to this country except heartache and headache. It used to be that the growers and people out in California would go to the border and they would meet on a bus and bring them up to their areas and stuff like that. And when they got done with the growing season or the harvest season, things like that, they'd take them back and they'd be, they had enough pocket money to last them the entire damn year while they're gone, But now it's not. You don't see them working the farms that often. You see them out here. Well, you see some working the farms. It's been there forever, but you see more and more that are on top of houses doing their, roofing, working construction. Hell, I remember when I was hauling aircraft parts for Boeing, a plant out in California I went to one time to pick up. It was on that Mexican Free Day, if you remember when they started that up, just because they were trying to damn Mexicans to, I guess get them out of the country or whatever they were doing at that point in time. But that was when they ran the Mexican flag up out in California up at I forget where it was, Oakland or somewhere, took the American flag down, and everybody's like, oh, that's cool. They're going to run the Mexican. If I'd have seen that, Betty, we'd have had a problem. But I went to this plant, and I said, just about how many people here do you think is working here illegal? And they said probably about 85% of them. I said, really? He said, yep, that's the way it is. They hire the cheap labor in here to work the aircraft parts and things like that, doing riveting and punching and everything else that, for Boeing, and everybody's good with it, I guess, But it's been this accepted practice. And now you got all these damn immigrants. I just read an article earlier there about they could be up to 750,000 immigrants driving trucks here, and probably 2/3 of them are limited on the amount of English that they speak. Over 100,000 is estimated to be illegally. And that tells you the story right there. I mean, it tells you everything that you need to know about who is complicit with these damn illegals that are coming here. Instead of giving them a driver's license, they already give them a bus ticket. I told you when I was a police officer, we used to take their money. If we caught one that's a DUI, Steve, there was times we'd catch these guys that had $8,000, $9,000, and $10,000 in their damn pocket, and we'd arrest them for a DUI. Couldn't keep the money. We'd call ICE. No, we ain't coming up and get them. So the only way we could get rid of them damn people was to go to the bank, get a money order for that amount of money in their name, and mail it to the immigration office in El Paso or somewhere like that. Say, you want your freaking money, go get it. And leave them enough money so they could get a bus ticket or whatever. And 90% of them that got DUIs, hell, they were bought cars. How, I don't know. But they'd go out and buy a car. They never had a driver's license, but they were able to buy a car. They wouldn't have insurance, that was mandatory. And be out here drinking and driving. Hell, you'd arrest them. Some of the guys that arrest them, take them, lock them up. They'd beat you back to the damn county where they were at. It was like a revolving door of these people. Like, there was that set of laws and rules and regulations that they had to follow, which wasn't much, and then there was the set that we had to follow. And it makes you damn sick that we're dealing with stuff like that. But the only way that I can see that these counties is to just do it like we did it. Just get their money, get everything that they got, and box it up and mail it to the damn immigration office or ICE office or wherever it's at, and say, it's there. Go get it. And put their butts on a damn bus and let them go. We didn't have the manpower to escort one of them all the way to El Paso out of Tennessee or anywhere else. But, if they want their money, they can go get it. But, the temperature just dropped down over here. I'm here just in Iowa here, just on Highway 30, and dropped down. It's 32 degrees. It's kind of chilly tonight. I hadn't really paid that much attention. Yeah, I've been running around with short sleeves on. I thought, man, is it kind of cool out or what? But yeah, but it's good talking to Lauren. He's a wealth of information about a lot of the cattle stuff. He's been doing it for a good while.
Yep.
And I didn't want to butt in on your show there, buddy. I just had some questions that I wanted to ask him about. How what he sees is going on out here as far as the the cattle and everything. Whether the grass-fed markets and getting into the big four market, but it's we're, like I said, we're doing a lot of killing. We're we're hauling a lot of beef. I'm hauling a lot of hides and things like that right now, and it's just I don't foresee anything coming down. Even if Trump was to bring in more Argentina beef, which I like, my feelings on that. I think he's absolutely lost his mind when he brought that up, and it was a slap in the face to his voters, who were the big ranchers and people like that, that's just trying to make a damn living. And it's getting harder for them to make a living when, costs just keep going through the freaking roof, and they, there's nothing that they can do about it, or like Lauren was saying, the big four can manipulate the market just like the big oil companies can manipulate the market to drive oil prices up. It's, it's the world we live in. Sometimes free markets aren't free. But there you go. I just want to get my 2 cents in there, Steve, and I'll be listening.
All right, Grump. Thank you for chiming in. Good information, though. Yeah, good questions. Lauren, the wealth of knowledge. If you want to know what's going on in the cattle market, talk to the guys that work in it. All right, lines available, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Absolutely amazing sights on Lake Erie this past day. Yeah, the winds howling from west to east across the lake waters. Yeah, literally pushing the waters toward the east. Dropping the water levels on the western end of the lake dramatically. You see what would be some of the normally kind of like the lakefront homes with massive, essentially a massive beach stretching from the homes that are normally, it's called a seek. S-E-I-C-H-E, if I'm pronouncing that right. Wikipedia reports that a seek is a standing wave that occurs in an enclosed or partially enclosed body of water like lakes, bays, or harbors, characterized by rhythmic oscillations of the water surface, which can last anywhere from a few minutes to several hours. And in this case, it was much of the day. The largest vertical movements occurs at the ends of the water body, while the center experiences minimal oscillation. So that was the wind howling across the lakes, dropping the water levels. There was one of the water bodies feeding into another lake there, and that normally, river, stream, whatever, was essentially down to a trickle. Mother Nature at its finest. We were talking earlier about old man winter already having some impacts on the roads in Colorado. Slippery travel, chain laws in effect. Matter of fact, the Colorado State Patrol has announced they will be holding a commercial vehicle chain check on I-70 today, as a matter of fact, Thursday, October 23rd. The check will happen on I-70 near Dotsero, Colorado. Chain check operations are held when the weather's not expected to be inclement. This ensures that the commercial and private drivers are prepared at all times required by Colorado law. The primary focus of today's event will be to enforce Colorado's must-carry chain law. Our mountain highways are uniquely challenging with steep grades, unpredictable weather, and heavy snow. Commercial vehicles and buses have a larger footprint on roadways where chains are required. Vehicles without proper traction can cause closures, impacting the ability to move goods, services, and people through the state safely. However, chaining up is just one of the steps drivers prepare to safely deliver goods in Colorado winters. After chaining, drivers continue to haul over Colorado's steep grades at reduced speeds before stopping again, obviously, to remove the chains. These added steps are layered with mandated rest requirements and the long hours already demanded by the job. This is to keep the freight moving and the mountain communities affected, even during the harshest of storms. Last year, Colorado updated their chain law mandating all vehicles over 16,000 pounds carry chains September 1 through May 31. But checkpoint coming your way today, as a matter of fact. They don't give a time frame on that, but just be prepared, right? All right, we're going to get a news break. What do we got coming up? Senor Heatwave is on board this early Thursday. It's not Mike. It's the day after. But for Horse Feathers, it's his third day of the week, so kind of feels like a Wednesday. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Lease with Tell and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tell360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit Tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has rejected a proposal to end the government shutdown. Senate Democrats are refusing to support the House funding resolution unless it includes an extension of Obamacare subsidies, which will affect over 20 million Americans. Democratic leaders have called for a meeting with President Trump to address the situation. Trump says he'll meet with Democrats after the government has reopened. The state of Arizona is suing the U.S. House to force the swearing-in of Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, arguing Speaker Mike Johnson is denying 800,000 Arizonans representation.
If Congress does not take action by the end of the year to extend tax credits for those on the Affordable Care Act, between 4 and 5 million Americans, including over 600,000 Californians, will be priced out of their health insurance.
Johnson says he'll swear her in when Congress returns. Her vote could trigger a key vote on releasing Epstein files. President Trump is seeking financial compensation from the Justice Department over criminal investigations into him.
But I was damaged very greatly, and any money that I would get, I would give to charity.
He cites the 2016 Russia probe and the Mar-a-Lago classified document search, reportedly seeking $230 million. Trump calls it unusual that his own administration could approve the payout. Tropical storm Melissa is drifting west-northwest in the central Caribbean and expected to remain stationary through the weekend.
We're expecting only gradual strengthening over the next couple of days, but the environment, unfortunately, does look favorable for Melissa to become a hurricane over the weekend and forecasting now a major hurricane by early next week.
National Hurricane Center Director Dr. Michael Brennan says there's uncertainty about the track and the intensity of Melissa. For now, the storm is a threat to Jamaica, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Cuba. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell 334 points, the S&P dropped by 35, and the Nasdaq lost 213 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people, people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
A new study shows the drug ketamine is safe to use when treating chronic pain.
Ketamine's not FDA approved for that use, but new research by the Cleveland Clinic shows people who got low-dose ketamine infusions reported an improvement in their chronic pain and quality of life. The Cleveland Clinic looked at data from more than 1,000 people with chronic pain for their study. No serious adverse effects reported. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Maine Senate candidate Democrat Graham Plattner admits he covered a tattoo which resembled a Nazi symbol. Plattner says he got the Skull and Bones Totenkopf tattoo while drunk 18 years ago. He did not realize its connection to the Nazis.
There was a lot of heavy drinking back then. I mean, the infantry is always historically a heavy drinking place. But going ashore and partying pretty hard, getting tattoos, that was kind of the bulk of it.
Plattner is running to unseat longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins. The estimated number of homeless veterans in L.A. is up by 2%.
A collection of local and federal agencies believe the number of homeless vets has gone from just under 3,000 last year to just over 3,000 this year. But that's still lower than what was reported in 2023, with over 3,800 homeless vets. The Veterans Administration put over 1,800 vets in permanent housing last year. I'm Phil Hewlett.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saveslives.org.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100
100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Then as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone, welcome into a Thursday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Start things off this hour, the question. Tariffs good, tariffs bad? Depends on who you ask. Is it benefiting the country? Is it increasing inflation, making us pay more for everything we purchased? A couple of updates and a rather candid appearance this past day. CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin reflected on how he and much of Wall Street, he says, misjudged President Trump's approach to tariffs. The longtime financial journalist and New York Times columnist admitted that his initial reaction to the trade strategy was wrong, crediting the president for his willingness to adjust course as the economic effects unfolded. And I quote, "So I'll tell you where I got it wrong. I got it wrong, and I think Wall Street got it wrong, and a lot of people got it wrong." When he made that first pronouncement about Liberation Day. At the time, Sorkin recalled, Trump's proposed tariffs appeared poised to trigger immediate market chaos. The rates he was talking about were high, super high, and immediately the truth was the bond market freaked out. But then he said Trump responded strategically. To the president's credit, he actually looked at what was happening with the bond market and he said, you know what? I'm going to take some time. I'm going to try to figure this out. I'm going to negotiate country by country. And he's doing that now. Sorkin says this more methodical approach has eased Wall Street's worst fears while leaving unresolved challenges in the global trading system. There's still a couple other countries he's trying to figure it out with. Those are still real issues, and I think they're going to have an impact on the economy to some degree. But turning to today's economic landscape, Sorkin highlighted what he called the artificial intelligence boom, describing it as a transformative force that's simultaneously energizing and masking deeper structural risks. One of the things that's fascinating about our economy right now is this whole AI boom and all the investment that's being made in America. Tons of money is coming in, to the president's credit, by the way. I'm here to tell you it's happening. He says the artificial intelligence, sirs, is carrying the stock market to a large degree. It's carrying the economy. Now, he warned this soaring optimism could come with some consequences. There's no question. It feels like we're levitating. What I do not know is what would be the inflection point in all of this. If investors lose confidence, the market could face a sharp correction, kind of reminiscent of past bubbles, reflecting back to the likes of the dot-com bubble and others. Now, when it comes to tariffs, President Trump this past day, Wednesday, posting via Truth Social that he actually got a thank you call from General Motors and Ford over his tariff strategy. Mary Barra of General Motors, Bill Ford of Ford Motor Company just called, he wrote, to thank me for putting tariffs on mid-size and large-size trucks. Trump said they appreciate the effect of the trade policy. Their stock has gone through the roof. They told me that without tariffs, it would have been a very hard, long slog for truck and car manufacturers in the United States. He added that he was pleased they could experience the impact. I told them it's very simple. This is a national security matter. With the tariffs, we have a strong, powerful economy and country. Without them, we have the exact opposite. Trump's automotive trade tariffs extended his America First approach to the automotive sector. Back in March, issuing the proclamation under Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act, imposing 25% tariffs on imported mid-size and large trucks. Justified the move as a national security measure to preserve domestic truck production as well as supply chains. Those tariffs took effect April for vehicles, then in May for certain auto parts. Vital to protecting American auto workers and ensuring the nation's industrial independence. These directly benefited U.S. automakers like Ford and General Motors, whose most profitable lines are indeed pickups and heavy-duty trucks. Ford CEO Jim Farley welcomed the changes, saying they will help ease the impact of tariffs for automakers, suppliers, and consumers. GM's CEO Barra also thanked Trump for his support of the U.S. automobile industry in a shareholder letter that nonetheless warned the company would face billions in new cost tied to imported components. It is 844-844-3388. Senor Heatwave, what's happening this Thursday?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Well, we're heading back west to the origination that we were 2 days ago. Banning, California. Yay. That ain't too bad. Tank, if you're out there still listening, I'd like to get your number if you don't mind, and Steve's got mine. He'd be more than happy to share it with you, I'm sure, because I've already told him he could with anybody who wanted to talk to me, get you involved with some of the other groups that we got going on here before the show and after the show. So, if you're into juvenile humor or very little hard-thinking subjects, you're right in line there. Okay. Well, I was having an issue with a J.B. Hunt driver, or so I thought. And when I finally got to past the person, it was a basmati. Now, I'm not real familiar with basmati except for in rice, but I'm pretty sure that was not a company here that was actually originated here. It sounds like it was an East Indian bunch. And to tell you the truth, with all these accidents that have been going on, especially with the Singh family, I'm sure they're going to say, oh, he's not my friend, he's not my brother. Well, you got the same last name, so obviously there's a connection. I think that companies that hire these third-party independent contractors and or brokerages, they ought to share in the fines and be part of the lawsuits against the individual driver, because these are the people that said, oh, he's okay, he's cleared to go. No. That's you didn't do your due diligence. So I think not only should the illegal alien driver, and I'm tired of hearing illegal alien immigrants. They're illegal aliens. Let's just get that right, get that PC crap out of the way. The illegal aliens. Get those people, but put a detainer on them, but hold them here and hold them accountable, along with the brokerages that broker these loads and the companies that hire these people as contractors. And I think that is the only way you're going to get more of these people off the roads. Make the companies and brokerages responsible for the load under the care of illegal Raji or Haji. So, I mean, I'm tired of just going around seeing these black fuzzies on these trucks and trailers, allegedly to get rid of bad luck. Well, you know what? You're the bad luck. You've been here 20 years. I don't care if it's 20 or 2, and you don't speak the English language well enough for an officer to understand, your emergency call or if you, the signs around here, they're all international. It's all understood. A stop sign here is the same as it is in Europe, the same as it is there in Panama. They're international. They should know what that is. I'm sorry. If you do not speak the language after being here, especially as an illegal, you're gone. I don't want any more of my taxpayer money going to pay for these TVs, shows that cater, or programs that cater only to a certain block of the population that don't want to learn English. As we said before, hey, you go to their country, they're not going to afford you those niceties that we do up here. As far as that girl down there in Costa Rica goes, when I was in Panama, I found out that there is a group of people that broker women, and they would have a 1-year contract. They would 3 months at this one bar, 3 months at this other bar, and 3 months at another bar. We'll just call them houses of ill repute.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked one when I was there, and I says, well, what do you do the other 3 months that you're not up here? Oh, we go home and recuperate and rest up, enjoy the family, and then go back to work. I was like, wow, man, that's a tough life. But, if she doesn't have the money and she can't find a consulate, maybe she's going to have to broker herself out to one of those places. What else was I going to talk? Oh, yeah, Hakeem Jeffries, on the first news break. He's screaming and hollering about this one Trump, what do they call it? Pardon person from the January 6th group that was really taken advantage of. He's griping and hollering and screaming about how this one individual has threatened him. My God, we have a national emergency going on. Well, when you have these judges and DAs that don't want to do their damn jobs to prosecute people and keep them in the pen, or you have laws that say, well, he's only a certain age, he can't be held. There's a hell of a lot more on the left that are just being carouseled through the system. As soon as they walk into that door, they go right back out the other side. And, there's a lot more of us yelling about that than what Hakeem Jeffries is yelling about one individual. And I don't agree with the idea of violence against other individuals. But, a line has to be drawn somewhere in the sand saying, you know what, this rhetoric needs to stop.
On both sides.
The party that, on both sides, yeah. But the party that screams and hollers the most about doing this is also the same party that's screaming their damn fool head off, complaining about it. So, I think it's a 51 to 49% Democrat that needs to tone this stuff down. Yeah. And you get a bartender, and then you get a communist well, I don't know if you call him a communist, but he was living in a commune back in the late 60s and early 70s. That's Bernie Sanders. Did you know he was actually thrown out of a commune? And then they had to call the police to get him out for trespassing. Why? Because he didn't want to do anything in the commune with the rest of the people. And they got tired of him, you know, being a mooch. And now here he is. He's got, what, 3 or 4
Since then,
mansions?
and now how many decades has he been mooching off the taxpayer?
I mean, that guy has not had a job. Yet he's going to tell you how you need to work, you know, who you need to let work for you. This new group of kids. And unfortunately, I've got to say that my youngest daughter, not Alicia, but my youngest daughter from Satan's sister, my ex-wife, she is a hard-working girl. She does her job to the best of her abilities and then some. She goes out of her way to make sure that what she does, you know, is what's going to keep her at her job, which right now is home health care. She's not willing to patients to the airplanes at the Sunport there in Albuquerque. But she has been brainwashed into thinking, you know, that Trump is a dictator, a king, ruling without action, without the proper authorization. And the silly thing is, they tell you exactly where to look. You know, title this, chapter this, subsection this, boom. All you got to do is go and take a look at it. I mean, it's not like they're going to say, well, it means this. No, it's written in Word, in print, saying this is the duty of Congress. This is the duty of the Senate. This is the duty of the court system. This is the duty of the president. It's right there. And all these lawyers, oh, well, Trump can't do that. Well, have you ever read the damn book to find out what he can and can't do? Or is it just the law is your feelings at the time?
That's why these judges, everything he tries to do, the judge puts a halt, puts a restraining order, then it goes to the actual appeals court, and they get overturned time after time after time. And why do they get overturned? Because he's not doing it illegally. But I digress. All right. So I guess what did they have their big debate in New York last evening? Apparently. Front runners in the New York City mayor, Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo, according to Fox News, wasted little time attacking each other on alleged personal scandals they've been involved in during that debate that paired off with the Republican candidate, Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani and Sliwa took the opportunity during the debate to drill down on past sexual harassment allegations against Cuomo ahead of an impeachment inquiry that preceded his 2021 resignation. Cuomo was also hit by Mamdani over his accusation that he, while in public office, failed to meet with Muslim constituents and only began doing so amid pressure from his mayoral campaign and his alleged poor handling of the COVID pandemic after Cuomo was party to issuing guidance forcing nursing homes and long-term care facilities to admit COVID-positive patients. Cuomo did not hold back on targeting Mamdani over alleged controversies that have embattled his campaign, blasting the self-proclaimed socialist over his lack of experience, his tied to radical politics, past radical comments about law enforcement, Israel, the situation in Gaza. My main opponent has no new ideas. He has no new plan. He's never run anything, managed anything, never had a real job, said Cuomo. He also branded Mamdani as someone who's proven to be a divisive force in New York, pointing to past incidents that have garnered Mamdani heat from critics. One of those incidents included a picture he took with a hardline Ugandan lawmaker who had pushed policies of imprisoning people for being gay, which Mamdani took while taking a break from the campaign trail to visit his home country of Uganda for a wedding. Cuomo also hit the controversy over whether Mamdani supports Jewish New Yorkers after his critics have claimed he's an anti-Israel, pointing to statements he's made like globalize the Intifada. Also accused Mamdani of disrespecting Italian Americans after a video of him surfaced giving the middle finger to a statue of Christopher Columbus. He also pointed to criticism the self-proclaimed socialist candidate has garnered from the September 11 first responders after posting a photo with a Muslim cleric who served as a character witness for the mastermind behind the September 11 attacks. You've been a divisive force in New York. Toxic energy for New York within the Jewish community, in the Italian-American community. When you give Columbus the finger, it's with the Sunni Muslims when you say decriminalized prosecution, which is haram. It's the Hindus, Cuomo continued. Then you take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga, the Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. She's known as Rebecca Gay Killer. You're a citizen of Uganda. You took the picture. You said you don't know who she was? Turns out you did. How do you not renounce your citizens or demand BDS against Uganda for imprisoning people who are gay just by their sexual orientation? So I guess they said the heat was on in the debate last evening. How did they put it? The sparks were flying. Yeah, but I don't know. We'll see following the debate. I'm sure there will be numbers coming out if it swayed or changed the opinions of any New Yorkers or New York City residents about who will be their next mayor. All right, let me see here. A minute before news break. Hey, Mike, got you coming up, I promise, right out of the news break here just ahead. Other interesting things, lots to cover. Hey, Coca-Cola with pure cane sugar, they tell us, is now hitting the shelves across America. Triggered by pressure from President Trump, aligned with the Make America Healthy Again agenda. The company selling a new 12-ounce single-serve glass bottle in select markets, offering consumers a classic, timeless way to enjoy their Coca-Cola original taste made with U.S. cane sugar, according to a spokesperson to the New York Post. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has rejected a proposal to end the government shutdown. Senate Democrats are refusing to support the House funding resolution unless it includes an extension of Obamacare subsidies. The state of Arizona is suing the U.S. House to force the swearing in of Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, arguing Speaker Mike Johnson is denying 800,000 Arizonans representation.
If Congress does not take action by the end of the year to extend tax credits for those on the Affordable Care Act, between 4 and 5 million Americans, including over 600,000 Californians, will be priced out of their health insurance.
Johnson says he'll swear her in when Congress returns. Her vote could trigger a key vote on releasing Epstein files. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell 334 points. The S&P dropped by 35, and the Nasdaq lost 213 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people, people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
And by the way, see the headline. Looks like our national debt has crossed over the $38 trillion threshold. Where does it end? Morning, Horse Feathers. What's happening?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So is Congress not applying any of this tariff money to our debt? where's the tariff money going? I thought it went into the fund and Congress had it to put out places.
Try to hold things down.
Do you have any idea?
I don't know. Where's the tariff money going?
Where's supposedly there's a lot of tariff money coming in, so I don't know. We got to find out. I guess we need accountability now for that and see what Congress has done with it. Now that we have a president that brought it into them, what are they doing with it? But anyway, you talk about the language and stuff. Have you ever been to Montreal, Canada? There, Your Honor, up into Quebec?
No, have not.
Well, if you go up there, it's very French speaking and a lot of French signs. And if you go up there and try to speak English, a good percentage of them, will know how to speak and understand the English language, but pretty much refuse to unless you will speak French to them. And they know who the English speakers are and who the French speakers are. And as I say, they'll pretty much not even, if you go into Dunkin' Donuts, not even want to give you a coffee and donut there. So, but anyway, that's just to throw that out there so that, you talk about what we got going on here and everything. So, anyway, hey, the other day I mentioned something there about local. We had a septic truck fall through a bridge there, and they actually started to clean up and got the truck off the bridge and everything and weighed him and everything. He was 10,000 pounds under the posted limit for the bridge. It was 48,000 pounds single, 51,000 combination, and he was 10,000 pounds under the posted limits. So all the people that were out there on Facebook blaming the truck for taking down the bridge, it didn't work out the way they thought. And I don't know how the whole tree deal was involved, but apparently there was a bunch of cables, support cables and everything that went through either the tree grew up through and around, but so we're not sure if the tree fell on the bridge and caused the bridge to fall, or if the bridge falling pulled the tree over on the bridge, but one way or another, they all ended up together. So, anyways, hey, I sent you a thing there about New York State correctional facilities. There's apparently a sergeant that I'm not sure what the whole timeline is and if it's still going on. I didn't get enough time to investigate that or not, whether there's a strike going on, but he's been out of work for the last 7 months at the time of the video anyway. And supposedly the National Guard is actually working in the New York State correctional facilities, the New York National Guard. And the Governor Hochul has them in there. And he was pretty much talking about the safety and working conditions. And so New York spent a lot of money having the National Guard in there, but tried to increase the correction officers' salaries, but it wasn't. From what he says, it's not about the money; it's about the safety, and I can pretty much guarantee that's pretty well the truth, because I actually have a cousin that's in the correctional facility on the opposite side, and he was actually had to come to a correction officer's aid that was probably going to lose their life in there, and he actually had to be moved to another facility because of helping this corrections officer, and because he couldn't stay in the general population after not letting the inmates do something harmful to the correction officer. So he actually had to be moved to another facility, but he's been in pretty much all of the worst of the worst in New York. I mean, he's seen Sing Sing, Attica, Auburn, been pretty much through the whole system up there. So I don't know if you can find any information about that, but I would assume that, I mean, that's, if we talk to Pappy and all that, I'm sure, all the other states have about the same issues going on, but it's kind of interesting there to listen to somebody that's actually on the inside that's telling you about what's actually going on. And apparently the governor and all that, their left-leaning views, they're actually siding with the inmates and and those people over top of the correction officers that are actually trying to do the job and, keep people alive in the prison system. So interesting kind of find another take of another industry that's got a whole bunch of problems with the way the government runs their job and supports them or doesn't support them. But anyways, I don't know, not a whole lot going on. Kind of a cleared off night, it's chilled off a little bit. But weather-wise, we're down, I don't know, somewhere in around 50 degrees here, so we're not quite as cold. You were talking about the chain laws and that. Has the cold and snow gotten down as far south as the Wolf Creek Pass down in southern Colorado, or is it still out up in the higher peaks there west of Denver and all that on 70 and further to the north there, getting back up closer to the Wyoming way?
I think I saw a photograph where they did have a little bit of frozen precip there at Wolf Creek in recent days, maybe last weekend.
Okay. So yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how far south things have gotten. So, anyways, but guess with that, we'll let you get going here, and maybe if we come up with anything else, we'll get back a hold of you there in the loneliest hour.
Sounds like a plan. All right, Wolf Creek Pass, where you got those hairpin curves at the bottom of a 6-mile incline. It's never run that. But it looks like a definite. Well, that was why I was in the same. The Wolf Creek Pass had a song named after it. One more quick update in regard to tariffs. President Trump this past day says he expects to strike a sweeping agreement on, in his words, everything with China's President Xi Jinping at their upcoming meeting in South Korea. Now, here just 2 weeks ago, he was talking about maybe not even holding the meeting. Now it looks like there apparently have been some breakthroughs in the behind-the-scene negotiations. Yeah, breakthroughs, he said, on agriculture, nuclear talks, trade tensions. He's speaking at the Oval Office this past day. He said, "We'll make a deal on, I think, everything. I think we're going to make a deal on soybeans and the farmers. I think we're going to make a deal on maybe even nuclear." He added that a recent call with Vladimir Putin also endorsed nuclear de-escalation talks, suggesting a possible trilateral framework. Yeah, we have the most nuclear weapons. Russia is second. China's actually third by a long way, but we'll be even within 4 or 5 years. We're talking about de-escalation. It's already being talked about. I think we'll probably add China into the mix. Now, the anticipated summit comes as the president has obviously escalated economic pressure on Beijing, and they've kept the tariffs from Trump's first term intact, new penalties in response to China's role in the continued flow of fentanyl into the United States. Beijing retaliating last week, announcing the new restrictions on rare earth mineral exports that rattled the tech and defense sectors. Yeah, Trump warned he's prepared to respond with more tariffs if necessary, while the administration has moved to expand Western supply chains. Obviously, China has to realize the agreement signed earlier this week with Australia to secure the production and the export of rare earth minerals is going to lessen our dependence on them. Despite the rising tensions, the president also seeking to project confidence that relations with China are manageable. At his meeting earlier this week with the Australian Prime Minister, Trump said that the U.S. holds great respect for China. It's going to be a great trade deal. It's going to be fantastic for both countries, fantastic for the entire world. So at least going in, feels as though there is maybe some promise in some of the negotiations that have been taking place behind the scenes. Good morning, Philip in Florida. What do we know?
Not much, just hanging out, driving down I-4 as usual. Hey, Steve, I was listening earlier with Lauren and Grump on there. We had kind of the same thing happen down here in Florida, what they're going through with the beef situation. Right now, down like Indian River County, that's where I grew up at, down there, Vero Beach, Sebastian area. They had the same thing going on with citrus down there. For years, Indian River County was always known for its citrus. And, you know, a lot of guys down there, they had the groves. The groves used to be all the way from the ocean all the way inland, you know, and they went past 95 quite a ways, almost to Lake Wells, you know, unless the marsh area stopped them. But now the groves are over there in Indian River County. They're only west of 95 mostly. And, I mean, they've still got a little bit down towards Fort Pierce that's east of 95, but not much. But it was because of, you know, the guys could make more money selling to people that are developing. And now we've had all this influx of people moving down. You know, it's developing down there has just pretty much taken. When I was growing up, Sebastian was 12 miles from Vero Beach. Right now, Vero Beach has been annexed in so much that it goes all the way almost to Sebastian. And it's just from growth. The amount of people that are coming in down there building houses, you know, for a long time there was a lot of retirement folks that were coming in there, but now it's everybody's coming down, you know. And in Indian River County, there used to be 3 industries. You either worked in a trades area, such as electrician, a plumber, or whatnot like that. You worked in citrus, or you worked at the aircraft factory for Piper Aircraft, you know. And the areas have changed so much down there, you know. And it's the same thing that Lauren was talking about with beef and all that, you know. And talking about those solar panels down there where I work at in Disney, we got one section on 429 there off of the toll road. We got about 2.5 miles of them that we've got over there that help us with our electric supply. And then we've got another section of them over by Epcot that's helping us with our electric supply as well. And then we're also buying energy from Duke Energy, as well as we do have a power plant over by the Magic Kingdom. So, I mean, it's what it is. What do you think? Is it that way up in Cincinnati, Steve?
Honestly, I don't see much of it around here as far as the solar stuff and all that. Only thing I get is the mailers advertising you could switch service providers and get 100% renewable energy, but I'm not sure exactly where it's coming from.
Yeah, we got a lot of that down here too. We got these guys that are door to door trying to, sell you a solar outfit for your house. And I've had quite a few friends that have got tied into that. You got to be careful with that because, you're paying on that thing forever. And I wouldn't say a scam, but it's like you're getting sucked into it, but you're also paying for power as well as having that fancy solar unit up on top of your house. We've come into some situations like that down here. So it's a very touchy situation with those solar panels on your house. Me personally, I don't want to put none of that junk on top of my house. I worked in solar when I was come out of high school. I had a friend that had a solar hot water heating company that we did hot water heaters and we did pool heaters. And, I seen all how that stuff is lagged into the roof, and I wasn't too confident. When I started buying a house, when I bought my house, I told my wife, I said, if we just watch what we're doing, and I think that's a lot of it. People just need to watch what they do with their, the amount of water they use and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's the way you need to really watch it. The solar thing is cool, but I just don't want none of that junk on my house, like even satellite dishes. All the Starlink and all this stuff coming out, people mounting stuff on the house and whatnot. I had to replace my roof a few years ago, and I had a lot of rotten wood, and a lot of it was like dealing where a satellite dish had been mounted and stuff, and it was just a pain in the butt. So, I'm not too keen on putting all that stuff on top of my house. Now, if I had a separate area that I could put it on the ground absolutely. I don't have a problem with solar. Like I said, I worked in that industry back, right after high school. I did it at just a fill-in job type of thing, but I don't see where the savings is there. I mean, I think a lot of this stuff is, if people would just watch their energy consumption, I think that would be to start with it. Instead of, hey, dude, I got the power, just flip the switch. Let's turn that TV on. Let's turn this on. Let's turn that on. Let's burn everything. That's what happens with the hurricanes. Everybody wants all that stuff that they've normally had in their life, and when a hurricane comes in, takes the power and all that stuff away, and you're on a generator that can only handle so many things, it turns into one of those, you've got to go back to primitive ways of doing things, What do you think, Steve? You think that's pretty much how it is nowadays?
Well, yeah, survival with the bare minimums. Pappy got that generator, the solar power one, a couple of years ago, and I guess it's basically enough to keep his refrigerator running and not much more. So you're not going to be, running your computer and your television and everything else. It's just enough to keep the food from perishing in the fridge and the freeze.
Yes, pretty much. That's how it is with the generator setup I got. I got two generators. My main generator runs my refrigerator, and it runs a fan. And that's it. I'm probably going to get one of those little air conditioning units that you can sit in the house. It's little air conditioning units on wheels. You can run, it runs at low wattages, and put that on the second generator. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we use the second generator for a TV because we've got cable, with our internet. Our Wi-Fi is cable. If I can get that boxes going, then we can pick up the Wi-Fi and we can kind of have a little bit of welts. If not, we can put the TV on the antenna and watch the antenna, and kind of see what's going on, with that. But you don't want to run your electronics on that stuff for too long unless you've got, Pappy's talked about it, an inverter generator, because the power from those generators on your electronics, like computers and television sets, it's hard. It's hard on your computers and your TVs. It'll burn your stuff up if you use it for a long time. So they've got an inverter generator now, where the power that comes out of it is filtered, and it's not as aggressive on your electronics. And a little word of advice: if you are buying a generator and you're buying it for your house, the whole house ones, they have it set up. Those are a good deal to power everything. But when you're buying just a basic generator for the basic necessities, the inverter generator is, if you're going to use a lot of electronics, you need that inverter generator. And Pappy's talked about them on here before. They're very expensive. They're a lot more money than what a regular generator costs. But it doesn't tear up all your expensive electronics, especially you tying a lot of money up in laptops and television sets. You got to be very observant of that. So, but that's all I got tonight, buddy. I appreciate your time, and we'll talk at you later.
All right, good to hear from you there. On the way off to work we go. Philip in Florida. It looks like a nearly $500 million nuclear verdict against Wabash National, recall that sent shockwaves through the trucking industry about a year ago. Well, here we are a year later. The fallout has settled, and the trailer maker is now going to pay a fraction of that amount. Truckers and legal experts alike were stunned when Wabash was found liable at all, first of all, for a fatal crash in St. Louis. Minds were blown by the $450 million punitive damages nuclear verdict, on top of $12 million in compensatory damages. Facts of the case left observers wondering how a jury could find Wabash responsible for a crash back in May of 2019, a car carrying two men striking a nearly stopped truck on Interstate 55. Both men died at the scene. But investigators found the driver's blood alcohol level was above the legal limit. Furthermore, the two men were not wearing seatbelts. But the jury never heard that evidence. blood alcohol and seatbelt details were barred from trial. Meanwhile, the plaintiff's attorney argued that trailer manufacturers, including Wabash, conspired to block federal rules requiring safer rear underride guards. Documents dating back to the 1960s. 20 years before Wabash even existed, were submitted to the court. Somehow that evidence was allowed. After the nuclear verdict, Wabash immediately issued a press release rejecting the jury's decision. While this was a tragic accident, we respectfully disagree with the jury's verdict, firmly believed is not supported by the facts of the law. No rear impact guard or trailer safety technology has ever existed that would have made a difference in this case. They then submitted a Securities and Exchange Commission filing explaining compensatory damages would be covered by insurance. However, the massive $450 million punitive damages could materially and adversely affect the company's financial conditions, results of operations and cash flows. What company has $450 million to just throw around? Well, in June, the St. Louis Circuit Court slashed the punitive damages down to $108 million. They found the original price tag was grossly excessive and does not comport with Wabash's constitutional rights. Well, Wabash still found that abnormally high. They filed an appeal. Earlier this month, the court approved a confidential settlement agreement which remains sealed, but in a new SEC filing, Wabash indicated it will pay a $30 million contribution as part of this settlement. Now, that amounts to about 6% of the original nuclear verdict. The rest of the undisclosed settlement then will be covered by insurance. Wabash said the settlement is not an admission of any liability or wrongdoing. But the evidence was undisputed that the trailer fully complied with all of the applicable regulations. Despite precedent to the contrary, the jury was not allowed to hear evidence, including, again, the blood alcohol level over the legal limit at the time of the crash and the fact that neither the driver nor the passenger was wearing a seatbelt. How these things happen in the legal system, I don't know, but Wabash essentially wins. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has turned down a plan to end the government shutdown once again, coming after Oregon Democrat Jeff Merkley spoke on the Senate floor for over 22 hours. Democrats say they're not going to back the House funding resolution without extending Obamacare subsidies. Party leaders are demanding a meeting with President Trump to resolve the standoff. The president has agreed to speak with Democrats after the government reopens. Millions of Americans will soon be impacted if the government shutdown does not end quickly.
Funding for SNAP food assistance could run out very soon.
Should the federal government not fund the SNAP program for Texas by October 27th, no benefits would be issued on November 1st.
That's the San Antonio Food Bank chief, Eric Cooper. The acting administrator of SNAP says the nationwide program won't have enough money by the end of the month if the shutdown continues. Over 42 million low-income Americans use SNAP. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Germany is fronting $50 million to pay nearly 12,000 German soldiers at U.S. bases during the shutdown. Rhineland Falls says it'll be repaid once Washington reopens. Trump officials blame leftover Biden-era bureaucracy for this delay as Congress fights over spending cuts in border security. Chris Monahan, accused of threatening to kill House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, is due in court tomorrow. Monahan, who previously served 21 months for January 6th related actions, allegedly texted about targeting Jeffries.
We've seen crimes committed by people who Donald Trump pardoned on the first day he was sworn into office by folks who have been released back into society all across the country.
Fellow Representative Pat Ryan condemned the threat and praised law enforcement. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell 334 points. The S&P dropped by 35, and the Nasdaq lost 213 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
The man wounded in a shooting during a federal immigration operation in South L.A. is a TikTok streamer.
44-year-old Carlitos Ricardo Parias was shot Tuesday morning, known on the internet as Richard L.A. He's a well-known TikToker who regularly follows ICE. Parias was shot by agents who were trying to arrest him. A deputy U.S. Marshal was also struck by a ricochet bullet. Both men are expected to be okay. Federal officials say it happened during a targeted enforcement traffic stop on an illegal alien who had previously avoided capture. John Summers, USA Radio News.
In their latest search for possible victims of the 1921 Tulsa race riot, archaeologists have uncovered dozens of new unmarked graves at Oaklawn Cemetery. That's according to state archaeologist Carrie Stackelbeck.
We have now documented 31 new graves that were not previously recorded or otherwise marked. And so this is important because we didn't otherwise necessarily know that they were there.
2 sets of remains have been exhumed so far, with more possible. A judge on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has requested the case involving National Guard troops in Portland be heard by a full court.
Attorneys for Portland, the state of Oregon, and the federal government have been asked to present briefs on the issue by the end of the day Wednesday. 29 judges on the court would then vote to determine if there would be a full review by the court. If that happens, 11 judges would hear the case. A 3-judge panel ruled President Trump has the authority to deploy the National Guard in Portland, and the courts couldn't stop it. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Back as we just roll on hour by hour into a Thursday. Start looking toward the weekend. See what Plowboy has on his mind this morning.
Good morning, Steve. Well, a little bit of everything, but not much of anything. How are you going?
Doing all right.
Great. A little bit cooler here in the city, but your last topic you just talked about. How many years has seatbelts been a law?
Mm-hmm.
Damn near forever. Ever since, I can't remember the basher's name now, but ever since he got them pushed down our throats. But yet the under-eye guards are the ones we got hit with. That's just damn pathetic, to tell you the truth. But I hate them nuclear verdicts. I hate it in that Warner case, and I can't stand Warner. Okay, you want to jump subjects? Same topic, though. Why can't we get Sean Duffy and his crew to start doing nuclear verdicts against the damn DNC that's basically allowed all of these foreign nationals, basically the Indians, to come in here? That's just making the interstates a slaughterhouse, like what happened in L.A., what happened in Florida. Look, wherever they are at,
sure,
something's going to happen and it's going to be good. Defund the DNC over that. I don't give a damn, make them dollarless. Because you can take George Soros with them. But it's just actually how I think that ought to be a very good thing they should be looking at.
What they got to do is, like California continuing to not put non-English proficient drivers, refusing to put them out of service. So they held back that $40 million last week. I think the next step they need to do is strip their authority to issue commercial driver's licenses to anyone in that state. Can't get one in California.
They're spot on, Steve. I wish the heck you'd be up in these. We need you on the radio, too. But you're right. Absolutely. And we've been kind of hollering that for how long? I mean, it's just crazy. But did you see where a some of the tariffs have came back to the United States through, you touched on this already. I apologize. I've been in and out. Did you see where Peterbilt was shutting down? I think it's St. Teresa's, Ontario, Canada, or Quebec, one of them two up in there. Might have been Quebec. Laying off 300 and some odd workers. I don't know what truck they make up there, but bringing it back to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's really a good idea. Bring everything back home, make it an American truck. But I don't know, just a little bit of. I seen them as a part of something good on the tariffs, but some are good, some are bad. And I'm still eating dry damn soybeans because we can't sell them anywhere right now, and it's costing us money. And no. Absolutely. None of my friends want a subsidy or whatever bailout because it's not what we're wanting. We're wanting firm markets to go to. And as long as China's not buying, we're not doing very good, sir.
Well, I mean, Trump said he thinks he's going to make a deal when it comes to the soybeans coming up this weekend when he meets over there with the Chinese Xi Jinping. That would be good news if they can work out a deal on that.
Yes, sir. I hope to goodness you're right, and I hope it does come through because there's a bunch of farm equipment and a bunch of damn farmland sitting on the chopping block if we can't get it pushed through. See, when Grump and Lauren was on there, there's a gentleman out in La Junta, Colorado, that I follow quite often. It might be a good little video for you to watch sometime. John Campbell, he's out of La Junta, Colorado, with Cattle USA TV or something like that. And he talks about quite a bit about what's going on in the cattle industry, and he provides a market report on and on. They do La Junta, Pratt, Dodge City, Kansas, Riverton, Wyoming, and a couple of others. And I mean, like I was just talking to Lauren here a bit ago, they are selling quite a few of them lightweight calves. I mean, Steve, they're selling them like gold nuggets. Damn, they're $2,000 a piece for a 3-weight calf. It's just bonkers. But also, when Lauren said something about the solar farms, I agree. I agree firmly with them. They have priced the farmer from wanting to raise any corn, beans, or milo, whatever. And here's also another one. Look at how many big AI companies are just buying these farmlands, like closer to cities, but they're in the suburbs, right on the outskirts of the suburbs, and they're jacking this price up. So, no, nobody's ever going to want a farm. Really, they're not. The young, like Lauren said, the baby boom farmers, I think we're the last ones of them. Really, I do, but kind of a very sad day, to tell you the truth, when you look at it. See, there's some land going for $34 to, I think one place was on the outskirts of $40,000 an acre. That's the price of a lot in the town for a house, not to farm with soybeans and corn, Steve. But Steve, are you still there?
Yeah, we got you.
I could tell somebody, Roger Goodell, he can go to hell. And no, I will never watch another football game.
Oh, yeah?
Of the NFL.
He ain't backing off on Bad Bunny.
He sided with Bad Bunny.
Yeah, right. Yes.
George Strait got 60,000 votes, but yet Bad Bunny wins. Oh, I turn my TV off on the NFL. I don't give a damn Chiefs, Bengals, any day. I'm really. All right, thank you, sir. Y'all have a good morning.
All right, yeah. Roger Goodell stands firm on Bad Bunny for the halftime show. Of course, the President Trump called it's a ridiculous selection, but there you go. That's going on, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Yeah, the old solar generator. It's a good one. Had it fully charged. You can charge it with solar panels, or you can plug it into the old outlet and charge the batteries that way.
Mm-hmm.
On a full charge, it would keep that refrigerator going for about 2 days. Now, it came with these portable solar panels, right? They're portable. They fold up.
Yeah.
4 of them. And so what I found was, and these were bright, sunny days when this was hot, too, when that power went out. So on a full charge, I'd go out the next day, throw out them solar panels in the morning. And now during the day, the refrigerator's running off the solar panels, plus it's charging the batteries.
Mm-hmm.
So, make a long story short, after about 4 or 5 days, there's just not enough sunlight, right, to keep them batteries charged enough to run that refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
On them portable ones. Now, if I went out and bought some better solar panels and more of them, that would change the tune. But anyway, so, I went out and bought that 10,000 watt gas generator too. Solves that problem. But anyway, Steve, listen. Last night I talked about, hold on a sec. All right. So last night I talked about Don Lemon there, things he was spewing out, gaslighting the American people, saying that, the feds come into your house without a warrant, without a search warrant. You got to fight the right to defend yourself. So I saw a clip today, right? And it was ICE agents going to a place and knocked on the door and said, "We're here to pick so-and-so up." They said, "You got a warrant?" I said, "No, we got a court order." "Well, come back with a warrant." Bam, shut the door in their face. So here's what they're doing, Steve. They are gaslighting these people and playing word games, telling these people that these feds have to have a search warrant or a warrant to come into their house and arrest them.
Okay.
And this is false. Okay? A deportation order issued from a judge is a court order. Okay? Follow me here.
Okay.
Let me throw some scenarios at you here. So a lot of times, let me throw this one at you. So a lot of times somebody will go into the courts and claim that a child is being neglected or abused and call Job and Family Services, get them involved. They go in front of a judge and they have enough evidence to where they want to remove these kids out of the home from their parents and have the county take custody of these kids.
Mm-hmm.
Follow me? Happens all the time.
Okay.
The judge orders a court order to take them kids into custody. That means we can go knock on the door and take them kids. There's not a warrant out for them. It's a court order. Same thing if you get an eviction notice, right? You don't pay the rent, or you stop paying on the house payment, and the bank takes over the house. or the apartment manager evicts you from the premises, he doesn't get a warrant for you. They get a court order to evict you. And if you refuse to leave, the popo will come to your apartment and drag your butt out of there. So they're playing word games and gaslighting these people, and somebody's going to get hurt. Trying to make it sound like they have to have warrants and search warrants. A lot of these people, Steve, and it surprises me, these politicians, when you're talking with the 4th, 6th, 14th Amendment when it comes to search and seizure. Some states differ a little bit, but basically, Steve, they're all the same because it's under our Constitution. I'll give you another example. Say you got a warrant out for your arrest. Whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony, it doesn't matter. If I know Mr. Steve Summers has a warrant out for his arrest for, let's say, assault, and I go to his house, and either I know who he is because I dealt with him before, or I got a photograph of him and can identify him, and I knock on your door, and you open the door, and you say, hey, police, we got a warrant for your arrest. You got a search warrant? Bam! And you slam the door in my face. Steve, I can kick that door in and go get you without a search warrant. Okay? Don't need a search warrant to be picking these people up, and that's what they're doing. They're lying to these people. And somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody's going to take old Don Lemon up on his suggestion, and somebody's going to get hurt, including the illegal immigrant or an ICE agent, thinking he has the right to stop an ICE agent from coming in to his house to arrest him, especially if they're criminals. Now, Steve, and they're gaslighting these people too, making it sound like they're just picking up average Joe immigration people without no criminal history or without no criminal warrants. Does it happen here or there? Yes. Do they get caught up because they're in the wrong place at the wrong time? Yes, it happens. But they're going after the violent criminals, man. You mentioned before that Trump has obeyed every single court order that these whacked out federal judge has put on him, or a restraining order, which is a court order, right? He has obeyed every one. And he has taken a lot of them to the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court ruled in Trump's favor, which is really putting the kibosh on the globalists and these leftists. Unlike Joe Biden, who gave the Supreme Court the double-barreled middle finger when they told him, no, you can't cancel all these student loans.
Correct.
He pretty much told the Supreme Court, you know what? I'm going to do it anyway. When you can't do it on an executive order. They had to go through the Congress to do it. And it can legally be done, but you can't do it with an executive order. And he told the Supreme Court to F off. It's that simple, man. And Trump has followed every single one of these restraining orders put on him and fought it and won it. A lot of them, most of them. So that's all I wanted to get straight. If you hear these clowns out here saying they don't have search warrants, they can't come in. Steve, these people are playing games, playing word games, and it's going to get somebody hurt. I'm telling you. And that's what they want. They would love nothing more than breaking news. ICE agent shoots, kills. I can't believe, Steve, if you watch these videos, how these ICE agents are being mobbed, attacked, bricks thrown at their vehicles. They are being so restrained, man. I'm telling you. And I know they've been given the green light. Trump came out and said they got the green light to protect themselves. But they're being awful restrained. Hats off to them. Something's going to happen here, man. Be prepared for it when it does. All right, bud, that's really all I got. I just wanted to vent again when I saw that.
All right.
It pissed me off.
Well, that's good information for people to know. I mean, when you get in an argument with your liberal friend, they say ICE has to have a search warrant to come in and arrest them. No, they don't. Court order is all they need. Okay. As far as, he just mentioned, they're saying they're just out there arrested willy-nilly, all these people that are just in the country illegal. Homeland Security has arrested more than 480,000 illegals in 9 months, 70% of whom have been convicted of crimes or had criminal charges against them. According to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem earlier this week, made that stop during a stop in Bradenton, Florida, and in an accompanying press release saying President Trump unleashed ICE to target the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens. Some of the criminals arrested include illegal aliens convicted of incest with a minor, homicide, sexual assault of a minor, and domestic violence. 70% of ICE arrests of illegal aliens convicted or charged with a crime in the U.S. This statistic doesn't even include foreign fugitives, illegal aliens convicted of crimes in other countries, gang members, and suspected terrorists. Yeah, she highlighted some of the worst who'd been arrested in South and Central Florida. Eric Carlos Artiles Ramos, a criminal illegal alien from Cuba, convicted of homicide, kidnapping, robbery, armed carjacking, and driving under the influence. Oscar Alfredo Marroquin, criminal alien from El Salvador, previously convicted of sexual assault of a child, driving under the influence. Arturo Morales, a criminal illegal from Mexico, convictions for lewd or lascivious acts with a minor, incest with a minor, driving under the influence. We're not going to let these individuals terrorize our streets anymore. We're not going to let them make victims out of families that live in this country. So a full 70%. Now, when they go in to arrest one of the truly bad guys, if they're in a residence where you may have 8 or 10 individuals residing, which is not uncommon, who are all illegally in the country, the other half dozen may find themselves rounded up as well for simply being illegally in the country. But 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has rejected a proposal to end the government shutdown. Senate Democrats are refusing to support the House funding resolution unless it includes an extension of Obamacare subsidies. The state of Arizona is suing the U.S. House to force the swearing in of Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, arguing Speaker Mike Johnson is denying 800,000 Arizonans representation.
If Congress does not take action by the end of the year to extend tax credits for those on the Affordable Care Act, between 4 and 5 million Americans, including over 600,000 Californians, will be priced out of their health insurance.
Johnson says he'll swear her in when Congress returns. Her vote could trigger a key vote on releasing Epstein files. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell 334 points. The S&P dropped by 35, and the Nasdaq lost 213 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
looks like somebody didn't have a secure load. It's probably going to cost them nearly 20 cars damaged after a metal beam fell off a flatbed on I-55 yesterday morning. Madison, Mississippi. According to 3 WLBT, a flatbed semi-truck headed south. When that metal beam came loose for the trailer fell on I-55, which around 20 cars then ran over the beam, disabling every vehicle. The flatbed could be seen pulled over on the shoulder as police were speaking to motorists with vehicles damaged. That's all the info they had on that, but I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe flat tires, maybe suspension damage, broken shocks and struts. Who knows? Meanwhile, see what Knucklebuster has going on. What kind of baloney we got this Thursday, Thirsty Thursday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Yes, one day closer to the greatest day of the week for you and I, the Friday. I don't know, that Monday is not the greatest day in the week, but anyway, it is for some people we know, right?
At least one.
Yeah, wasn't that Captain Ron, isn't he the one that always loves Monday?
That's our guy.
Yeah, absolutely there, sir. Shoot. I believe they found some missing children in all these roundup too, haven't they?
They have, yes. Pappy brought that up last week, I think. Quite a few of them.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. They need to get them back to their parents there. So, shoot, I'm over here in Dallas. I'm almost to my customer there. So, shoot. Let's get that simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, and as always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm going to just keep listening in. Y'all buy some. Well, it's getting close to being trying to buy all that anti-jail up, right?
For sure, yes. Cold air coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've already got my long sleeve breeches on, long sleeve shirts. It's only down in the 50s. I'll be freezing to death if it drops into 40. Anyway, I got a big enough generator. My generator is about 7,000 watts. It'll run the fan on the furnace, which I got a gas furnace at the house. It'll run my refrigerator, TV, couple of lights in there. So that's what I bought, something big enough for Tennessee to be comfortable with. But I'll just keep the cat comfortable now, right?
Well, whatever it takes.
All right, Mr. Steve Summers, you got a great show going on, brother. We'll talk at you tomorrow morning there. I'm going to get on over here and get my pillow some hay this morning there. So have a great day, buddy.
All right. Give the rest them eyelids. Yeah, as far as, stock it up, get ready for a winter. Hey, Hot Shot Secret just sent out the email blast yesterday, I believe it was. You can save up to 20% on the products you'll need to make it through the winter. Now through October 31, save when you stock up on the Everyday Diesel Treatment Plus Winter Defense, the Diesel Winter Rescue, and winter merchandise as well. Yeah, you got the 6-pack of the EDT Plus Winter Defense. That's the additive that prevents fuel gelling while cleaning and protecting the injectors. It's your everyday diesel treatment with the added anti-gel properties. The fully formulated 7-in-1 diesel treatment to prevent diesel fuel from gelling and icing. It's got the powerful cetane booster as well. LX4 lubricity additive. The Keep Clean detergent package and the de-icer chemicals all in one bottle. So right now, 20% off that at hotshotsecret.com. The Diesel Winter Rescue, when things really get cold and you start getting into that sub-zero stuff, if you do find yourself gelled up out there somewhere in the middle of nowhere, that's where the Diesel Winter Rescue comes into play, the fully formulated emergency product that contains a military-grade de-icer and lubricity additive that reliquefies gelled fuel and de-ices frozen fuel filters. Now, Chris Gabrelchik explained this one point in time that if you do find yourself gelled up, you can get the Diesel Winter Rescue in. It'll get you running enough to kind of get you down to a next exit where you would go through the full process of making sure that fuel is treated correctly so you don't freeze up again. So it's kind of like, it's not that you just pour it in and keep on going like nothing ever happened, if that makes sense. Of course, you got your Hot Shot Secret Motorsports, hoodies, sweatshirts. Stay warm and show everyone you're a part of the Hot Shot Secret team. I got $10 off the hoodies right now. HotShotSecret.com. Well, Immigration and Customs Enforcement hit the counterfeit goods market in New York this past day. Right there on Canal Street. Dramatic crackdown targeting counterfeit goods. Ultimately leaving with 9 illegal aliens in handcuffs, according to Homeland Security yesterday. The operation, led by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, erupted into chaos when violent rioters tried to block federal vehicles and attack law enforcement officers. 4 rioters arrested for assaulting officers, another charged with obstruction. Officials said the 9 arrested men who were selling counterfeit goods were not your typical small-time street hustler. Their rap sheets read like crime blotters, robbery, burglary, assault on law enforcement, domestic violence, counterfeiting, drug trafficking, forgery, and more. Tricia McLaughlin said the raid was targeted and intelligence-driven, focused on criminal activity linked to Canal Street's notorious counterfeit trade. The majority of those arrests were released into the country by the Biden administration. They are not welcome in the U.S. The list of those detained, all from Africa, underscores how ICE said federal leniency under President Biden has fueled the problem. Mamadou Doy of Mali, who was ordered deported in 2008, who has arrest for assault, narcotic sales, resisting arrest. Muhammad Dayi, a Senegal national, overstayed his visa from 1995 and over that time has racked up arrests for robbery, domestic violence, and forgery. Another Senegal resident, Idi Sarr, was ordered removed in 2010, but stayed in the country. Priors for counterfeiting and drug dealing. Several of those detained had entered illegally, actually under Biden's watch. They had all crossed the southern border in the past 2 years, part of the migrant caravans released into the U.S. by the Border Patrol. They list several others who had overstayed visas or entered unlawfully, were later tied to repeated counterfeit and fraud. ICE officials framed the sweep as part of a broader effort under President Trump and Kristi Noem to restore law and order in some of these sanctuary cities where the local policies hinder immigration enforcement. But they do say Canal Street's become a flashpoint in the broader national debate over illegal immigration and crime. New York City, they've been here 20, 30 years in some cases, even with that list of crimes. But I guess in sanctuary cities, we don't care. They're just trying to make a better way of life. All right, what was this guy up to? Authorities in Mexico arresting a suspected member of the Gulf Cartel who had 151 drone explosives, 18 drones, 3 IEDs, and various other weapons. Now, this seizure, they tell us, also included state-of-the-art anti-drone weapons. In the border city of Reynosa, a region that continues to see high levels of violence as the Gulf Cartel continues to use terror tactics, even against innocent victims, in the areas of operation. The Gulf Cartel, one of 6 Mexican drug cartels that have been labeled as foreign terrorist organizations by the U.S. government. Authorities raided a home in an undisclosed neighborhood in Reynosa where they arrested the Gulf gunman, the cartel gunman, who was guarding the explosive arsenal. As we mentioned, 151 pieces of plastic explosives that had been packed to be dropped by drones, plus the 18 drones, 3 improvised explosive devices, 3 state-of-the-art anti-drone devices, a rifle, handgun, and a stolen sedan. Now, the seizure at a time when the Metros faction of the Gulf Cartel's been kind of waging a turf war with this rival faction. As Scorpions, based out of the neighboring Matamoros for control of lucrative smuggling territories. As part of their fighting strategies, both sides have been using drones to drop explosives on armored vehicles used by their rivals. Now, the Metros cartel is directly responsible, they say, for thousands of forced disappearances and murders, spreading terror within Reynosa here in recent years. Since the start of this year, the Metros have increased their kidnapping and extortion operations as a way to increase revenue in response to the immigration policy changes and the border enforcement started by the Trump administration. In other words, they're having to find new ways to generate revenue. It is 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Get back to the calls here. see what's going on with Pup. What's been happening, Pup? Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, Steve?
Hanging with him.
Not much. Yeah. Hey, I got a question. That fella that was in that wreck out there in California, isn't that the same last name as the dude that had a wreck in Florida?
Yes, Singh. S-I-N-G-H. The one from India.
Yeah.
That is correct.
But, no, I heard Plowboy on there. I know beans aren't as much as they were a year or so ago. Under contract, you could have got a little better. Right now, they're around 1074 up home. But, we grain feed our cows. We don't get them out on the grass. Well, but they get out in the grass a little.
So one of the farmers with all the soybean doing right now, since they don't have the orders from like China or whatever, do they have capacity in silos to put it in storage until they can get orders, or what do they do?
You can, if you don't have room, you can put it up in storage at your local mill, but they'll charge you. Or a lot of guys have their own bins, but the farm reports are saying whatever China gets out of Brazil and stuff, those other countries are going to have to come to us. And our beans, I don't know if it's the soil or the way we raise them or what, but our beans have more protein in it and more oil in them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Soybeans, excuse me, I got the cold right now. But our beans, a lot of times, like up there at Bungie, they'll put them in bean mill and then they extract the oil, or they extract the oil and then make bean mill and stuff. And the bean mill goes in all kinds of stuff and everything. But guys, usually out of all those bins you see on a farm, usually only one of them has beans in it. The rest of them are all corn.
Okay.
Right now, corn's pretty dang cheap. You can about afford to feed grain feed your cows that way. We like it that way because I think the meat's more tender and it marbles better. Like the last 3 months, usually mix molasses in with it. So that helps it marble and makes it taste a little better, I think. So. But I was just kind of curious about that. I wonder if those two are related.
I kind of wonder if the Singh name is synonymous with. I mean, I shared a story last evening where they had just arrested a total of 12 individuals involved in a cargo theft ring there in Southern California. Yeah, like millions of dollars worth of merchandise. All but one of them had the name Singh, S-I-N-G-H. All of them.
I'll be damned. So that's probably like our Smith or Joneses, huh?
I'm guessing, yeah. Or in the Muslim community, aren't they all named Muhammad, right?
Yeah, no kidding. So, no, I was just curious about that. And, I mean, I know here a while back, a couple of years back, the guys got spoiled at $15 beans, but we all knew that price was going to come down sooner or later. I think there's still going to be a market there for them. It just might not be China. Just going to have to wait on these other countries.
Mm-hmm.
So we're kicked back listening, Steve, so have a good night.
All right, thanks for checking in there, Pup. Have a good morning. And let me see here. Yeah, don't cut that line off. Hey, good morning to the blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Sure happy it's Thursday.
I hear you. I hear you there.
Yeah. I was listening to Jeff Cooner yesterday from Boston, and the topic was the renovation at the White House, and the left are going absolutely nuts with the renovations. Things are going along smoothly. Meanwhile, the Obama library that's supposed to be built, they're using the woke principle and DEI and all this stuff, and they're stuck. They've run out of money. From what I'm hearing, the building is an eyesore. So there's the tale of two people. One is doing great, the other one's not doing so great. So anyhow, that's about all I have to say. I'm just curious about one of my stocks. Maybe Phil can call back and tell me how Rocket Lab is doing, what their price is on the market. My electronic girlfriend can't seem to figure out what I'm asking her to do. Sometimes I like to really tell her off, but if I do, she'll shut down for about 5 minutes. So anyhow, that's all I really have to say. I'll be talking to Eskimo Mom and Jim from Norfolk, Virginia after the show, and have a little chat for a while before I get ready and get up and shave and all that good stuff.
All right.
So anyway, have a happy Thursday, everybody.
I'm sure happy it's Thursday.
Yep.
There you go. Thank you, blind man. All right, Pop, I pulled that story back up from last evening. It was like a 1 year long investigation there in California. Yeah, a crime ring, stealing entire tractor trailer loads, primarily electronic devices, appliances, high value loads, you know what I mean. As a result of the operation, which took place in San Bernardino County and across the state in other cities, results of the arrest, 12 individuals. Paramveer Singh, Sandeep Singh, Mandeep Singh, Ranjad Singh, Harpreet Singh, you get the gist, Ashpreet Singh, Vikramjit Singh. It's pretty much of the 12. I think all but one or two had the Singh name, all in their late 20s or... Yeah, there were a couple. One was 40, one 42. But yeah, that's it must be the most common surname there in the Sikh community or the Indian nationals, as they all were. All right, coming up in our final hour, we'll give you some details. Yeah, trying to work out a deal with Canada, our nearest trading partner to the north. And haven't really been making Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada has set a goal for Canada to double its non-U.S. exports in the next 10 years, saying American tariffs are causing a chill in investment in his country. So he's looking elsewhere. What did he have to say? We'll give you more coming up here. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
At Tel, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tel at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has rejected a proposal to end the government shutdown. Senate Democrats are refusing to support the House funding resolution unless it includes an extension of Obamacare subsidies, which will affect over 20 million Americans. Democratic leaders have called for a meeting with President Trump to address the situation. Trump says he'll meet with Democrats after the government has reopened. The state of Arizona is suing the U.S. House to force the swearing-in of Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, arguing Speaker Mike Johnson is denying 800,000 Arizonans representation.
If Congress does not take action by the end of the year to extend tax credits for those on the Affordable Care Act, between 4 and 5 million Americans, including over 600,000 Californians, will be priced out of their health insurance.
Johnson says he'll swear her in when Congress returns. Her vote could trigger a key vote on releasing Epstein files. President Trump is seeking financial compensation from the Justice Department over criminal investigations into him.
But I was damaged very greatly, and any money that I would get, I would give to charity.
He cites the 2016 Russia probe and the Mar-a-Lago classified document search, reportedly seeking $230 million. Trump calls it unusual that his own administration could approve the payout. Tropical storm Melissa is drifting west-northwest in the central Caribbean and expected to remain stationary through the weekend.
We're expecting only gradual strengthening over the next couple of days, but the environment, unfortunately, does look favorable for Melissa to become a hurricane over the weekend and forecasting now a major hurricane by early next week.
National Hurricane Center Director Dr. Michael Brennan says there's uncertainty about the track and the intensity of Melissa. For now, the storm is a threat to Jamaica, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Cuba. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell 334 points. The S&P dropped by 35, and the Nasdaq lost 213 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
A new study shows the drug ketamine is safe to use when treating chronic pain.
Ketamine's not FDA approved for that use, but new research by the Cleveland Clinic shows people who got low-dose ketamine infusions reported an improvement in their chronic pain and quality of life. The Cleveland Clinic looked at data from more than 1,000 people with chronic pain for their study. No serious adverse effects reported. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Maine Senate candidate Democrat Graham Plattner admits he covered a tattoo which resembled a Nazi symbol. Plattner says he got the Skull and Bones Totenkopf tattoo while drunk 18 years ago. He did not realize its connection to the Nazis.
There was a lot of heavy drinking back then. I mean, the infantry is always historically a heavy drinking place. But going ashore and partying pretty hard, getting tattoos, that was kind of the bulk of it.
Plattner is running to unseat longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins. The estimated number of homeless veterans in L.A. is up by 2%.
A collection of local and federal agencies believe the number of homeless vets has gone from just under 3,000 last year to just over 3,000 this year. But that's still lower than what was reported in 2023, with over 3,800 homeless vets. The Veterans Administration put over 1,800 vets in permanent housing last year. I'm Phil Hewlett.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, kicking off that final hour. 23rd day of October. Here's a Thursday. All right, Grump. Got you coming up here. I see he had some, I guess he wanted to kind of follow up on some of what Pappy was talking about with the search warrants. First, Pappy had a follow-up of his own. Go ahead, Pappy.
Yeah, Steve, I just wanted to make something clear. I'm specifically talking about what Don Lemon, jerk-face Don Lemon, was saying about federal agents coming to your house, okay? I just wanted to clarify a couple things here. I don't want everybody, Happy said, you don't need a warrant to come to my house. There's situations change depending on circumstances. But my point is, a deportation order is a court order issued from a judge. It's really no different than a warrant. It gives these federal agents the right to pick this person up and take them into custody. How things can change. I'll just give you an example. I said I'd knock on your door. Your home is what Don Lemon is saying. You answer the door. I know it's you. You slam the door in my face. I can go in and get you without a search warrant. Say you're next door at Bob's house, right? I go, hey, he went over to Bob's house. I knock on Bob's door. Hey, is Steve Summers in there? Yes, he is. Okay, want to come in and get him? Nope. You ain't coming in my house. You are not allowed to go in there. Bob has a right to unreasonable search and seizure. Now you do have to get a search warrant to go into his house to get you. And Bob could technically be charged with harboring a fugitive. So, I mean, I just wanted to kind of clarify. I didn't want everybody just thinking, the police come to your house, they can just kick your door in and go in. No, it's not really. I hope I'm making sense here. I hope you follow me, because this whole search and seizure thing can get complicated. But the main point I want to make is they're trying to confuse these people, saying they don't have a warrant, they don't have a right to take you into custody, which is completely false. That's all I got. Thanks for taking the follow-up, and get to Grump. Hey, Grump, pipe in on this, man.
That's
all right, Steve. Thanks.
That's exactly what he's looking to do. All right. See what he has to say. All right, there you go, Grump. Good lead-in.
Yeah, he made some really good points. The one thing that I would say about Bob or whoever, if you run next door, and I was to say, is Steve Summers in there, and Bob was to say something like, you won't see him in here, or you won't find him in here. What Bob just did, whether Bob knew it or not, was gave something called implied consent. When he alludes to the fact, or he infers that I have the right to look, but I won't find him, or something to that. It's the same thing as driving a car or anything else. When you sign your driver's license, you give implied consent. That says that if a cop pulls me over or whatever, and he says, I want to search your breath for alcohol, which is exactly what it is. It is a consent to search your person for either blood or breath. If he suspects me of being drinking and driving, says I want to give you a breathalyzer, you say no, I'm not doing it. Well, you just violated a search order, because when you get your driver's license, you are giving, whether you know it or not, implied consent that you will operate a motor vehicle in a safe, legal manner. And there's so much involved in this. I used to teach it in service when I was on the police department. But if there's different types of, and Pappy hit it, there was different types of court orders. A court order is also it can be an arrest warrant, it can be an order of protection, it can be a bench warrant. There's so many things that involved in that. But like an order of protection, if I think you're treating your children, and I think that there's enough evidence there that I would get an order of protection. That order of protection means that I can go get them kids, and you cannot stop me from going in that house. And there's just so many variables there that people are just so damn dumb about. Number one, that they believe that a search warrant is the end all for everything. That if you don't have a search warrant, you can't enter my house. If I have an order of protection, if I have any kind of bench warrant or anything else at all, an arrest warrant or whatever, I can walk in your house. I can come in your house. If I see marijuana and cocaine and everything else laying there on the coffee table, I didn't come in there for that. But that just entered into the fray of things. At which point, after I secured you, I would secure a search warrant so that I could search the rest of the house and take that into custody also. So there's a lot of variables there. There's administrative warrants. There's administrative orders. A hold on an individual is not done through a judge. If I know that there is you have arrested an illegal alien, and I say, hey, get a hold on them. I can go through my office, or which would be the Justice Department, to say, get an order on this. They have the right to write an administrative hold on anyone. In order to deport them or to take them into custody, then you will need that warrant, or that to be able to take them into custody or deport them. You would have to go ahead through a judge and go ahead and get that warrant. But what that is saying is you're presenting them with, it's almost like a subpoena. It's saying that hold these people, hold this individual in custody until I get back, and that's called an administrative hold or administrative warrant. Man, I'll tell you what, you get in the weeds of this stuff, and it's, there's so many things, but what it boils down to is number one, how you say things. I mean, like, let's say I pull up on a scale and they want to search my truck. The first thing out of my mouth is no, period. I'm not going to say you're not going to find anything, in my truck or can I search your vehicle? I have nothing to hide. Well, you just gave implied consent. They can, step down. Let's take a look. Number one, you just inferred that there is nothing up there, but yet he can look anyway. So the best thing to do is say, hell no, you ain't searching anything. Stuff like that. But yeah, he was right on a lot of that. It's you get in the weeds of these things, and it gets pretty sticky at times. And the best thing to do is yes, no. If you don't want somebody in your house, it doesn't make a damn. If they got an order of protection or a court order, an arrest warrant or anything else, they're coming in the house. The best thing to do is just move out of the way and let them in. That's just the way it is. But I just kind of wanted to key up on that, and especially on implied consent, and because there's so many people out here. When I can't tell you how many people I arrested on implied consent. For that very reason. You got anything in your car? I didn't go out looking for stuff, but it'd be like, you got any contraband or anything in your car? You're not going to find anything in my car. Fine, move out of the way, let me look. You just said I could. And then they come back, no, I didn't. Well, the hell you didn't. You just inferred that you didn't have anything, and that I had the right to look, that I had that option to look. So it's a fine line there, but, if you know what you're doing, you've done it a while, you can, you really ain't got anything to worry about on a defense attorney or anything like that. But illegal aliens is a little bit different. I mean, it's like I said, they got so many different administrative holds and things like that you can put on somebody, and that comes from the Justice Department, and go ahead through the courts and get like a deportation order or something like that. That has to be signed by a judge. But everything else, like a hold, it can come right directly through the Justice Department. And I think that's what we're seeing. So many of them that, you see in, you don't really have a immigration judge that is signing orders or anything like that. It's coming directly from the Justice Department, where they're calling these places up and saying, hey, put a hold on this individual if he comes in here, and they'll fax over a copy of the administrative hold and or the administrative warrant and things like that, where they have to do that. So that's how Tom Holman and them's getting by with so much of this stuff. But yep, it's a sticky way right there. But you walk a fine line. But if you know what the hell you're doing, you're going to be fine with it. And like I said, just be careful what you say. How you answer a question. If you don't want somebody in your car or in your truck searching it, just say no. Period. Nothing else. Just no. Because once you start being a smart ass and saying, "Oh, I don't got anything to hide," well, let me take a look and see. That kind of thing. But I'm sure Pappy would probably tell you the same thing. I mean, or implied consent, something that people just don't understand. But there's so many. I think they just don't really know about so much of that as searching your blood and stuff like that for if you're driving a car or something like that.
But when it comes to your when it comes to your CDL license, Grump, if they ask you if it's time for your random drug test, they want the P-test thing, if you decline that, that's equivalent to a failure, is it not?
Yes, it is. And even if you if you was to get chosen for a random, say your company calls you and says, "Hey, I need you to go X, Y, and Z. I need you to go to this place over here," and you say, "I don't have time to mess with that today." That's a failure. That is a failure. And I know when COVID was going on, I got called in, and it was like just as soon as it started up. I was up in Omaha, and it was just all over the place, and the clinics was full and everything. People was catching COVID right and left. And I got called up for a random, and I called the office back, and I said, hey, the place you wanted me to go to, I just called them for directions, and they're telling me to stay away from here if I'm healthy. They said, well, we got you for a random. And I said, well, what do we want to do? I said, I was far enough outside the city where I did not have to come back, turn around, and go back.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, you're just going to have to write it up as a no contact, because that's, I'm not turning around and going back or finding another place, not right now. And I said, I have no objection to it. I can come to the office, and we can't do it here at the office because we got all these COVID standards in.
Okay.
Everybody does right now. So they just said, all right, we'll just write it up as a no contact, which means that that they couldn't get hold of me. And there is ways around things, but if I would have just refused it, I'd have lost my certification.
Right. And then you would have had to go back through the drug protocol to get reinstated, right?
Yep. You'd have had to. I think you would have had to go through. I think it's 6 weeks. Within 6 weeks or something like that, where you'd have to go back through all that mess.
Yep.
And it would have. It just. Whether it's fair or not, I don't know. We kind of tossed that up and down whether those requirements, are quite fair when you're called up for a random and, you're trying to find a place to park your truck and stuff like that. I did, they called me once and there was absolutely nowhere to get, to park my truck. I was out in California and I called the place and I said, you got a place out there where I can park the truck? And they said, no. And, the company called me back and they said, well, take a cab. You're an owner operator, take a cab. And I said, I'm not paying for a damn cab. You want me to take a cab? You pay for it. And they said, all right, we'll just go ahead and do it. We'll reimburse you. I said, I got a better idea. Give me your credit card number. We'll just leave me out of the payment plan altogether. And they said, you being difficult? And I said, no, I'm being legal. I'm doing it exactly like the book says I can. You have to provide me with a transportation to and from. I don't have to drive my truck. I'm like, all right. And then they wrote it up as another no contact. He said, no, we're not, we don't trust them out there with our credit card or whatever. And I said, well, yeah, I don't trust them with mine either. So we had an impasse.
Leave it to Grump to be difficult on any opportunity he gets, right? All right, Grump, thank you so much.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
I kind of touched on this last evening briefly, kind of doing said, let me take you back in time, a little history lesson about changes taking place at the White House, renovations and things like that. Ken Blackwell this past day shared a great read, explanation, much more in-depth than I was able to do, stating Hillary Clinton is furious about Trump's White House ballroom construction. It's not his house. It's your house, and he's destroying it, she says. Well, fact check. Hillary is 100% wrong. Truth is, the White House has been rebuilt, reimagined, and expanded more times than Hillary's been cheated on. The idea that any construction equals destruction ignores more than 2 centuries of American history. The White House has never been frozen in time. It's been a living, breathing symbol of the presidency, rebuilt from ashes, modernized through wars, upgraded to meet the moment. When British troops burned the building to the ground in 1814, it wasn't preservation committees or political pundits that saved it. It was American determination. James Hoban rebuilt it from the rubble by 1817. That was the full reconstruction of the People's House long before air conditioning, Wi-Fi, or Secret Service checkpoints existed. If rebuilding from little ashes wasn't destroying it, well, then a new ballroom certainly isn't either. By the early 1900s, the place had turned into a Victorian museum of clutter. It took Theodore Roosevelt to rip down partitions, rip out garish decor, expand the building for the modern presidency. He even added the West Wing, the same space every president has used to run the country. At the time, critics said Roosevelt was defacing history. A century later, it's the most recognizable part of the complex. Then came Harry Truman, who discovered that the floors were sagging, the walls were separating from the frame. Engineers warned the entire mansion was in danger of collapse. Truman didn't whine about the preservation purity. He gutted the entire interior, leaving only the stone shell standing, rebuilt it with steel beams and reinforced concrete. When the first family moved back in 1952, the new White House had an entirely different skeleton. If Hillary thinks Trump adding a ballroom is destruction, what word would she use for Truman literally rebuilding the whole thing from scratch? Later presidents kept adapting. Calvin Coolidge added a 3rd floor. Franklin Roosevelt expanded the East Wing. Nixon put in a bowling alley. Carter installed solar panels. Reagan revamped communication rooms and ripped out Carter's solar panels. Barack Obama added a basketball court. The Clintons themselves oversaw interior redesigns, new wiring, furniture restorations. No one called it destroying the White House then. And don't forget, the Clintons left the White House. They were caught up in controversy for taking furniture, china, and gifts that didn't belong to them. Government auditors had to step in to recover property that was part of the White House collection. So before Hillary scolds anyone about what belongs to the people, she might want to remember that her own exit raised questions about knowing the difference between public property and personal souvenirs. And let's not even get into the graphic details of what Hillary's husband Bill did in the Oval Office. Meanwhile, Trump's renovation is not costing the taxpayer a dime. It's being funded with full transparency about design and cost. No public money, no hidden invoices, no bills handed the American people. That alone separates it from nearly every major renovation in modern history. So let's be honest, every generation of presidents has changed the White House to fit the times. Some changes born of necessity, others of taste, some for history's sake. What matters is that the building endures, representing the nation's strength and not any one family's particular ownership.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has rejected a proposal to end the government shutdown. Senate Democrats are refusing to support the House funding resolution unless it includes an extension of Obamacare subsidies, which will affect over 20 million Americans. Democratic leaders have called for a meeting with President Trump to address the situation. Trump says he'll meet with Democrats after the government has reopened. The state of Arizona is suing the U.S. House to force the swearing-in of Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, arguing Speaker Mike Johnson is denying 800,000 Arizonans representation.
If Congress does not take action by the end of the year to extend tax credits for those on the Affordable Care Act, between 4 and 5 million Americans, including over 600,000 Californians, will be priced out of their health insurance.
Johnson says he'll swear her in when Congress returns. Her vote could trigger a key vote on releasing Epstein files. President Trump is seeking financial compensation from the Justice Department over criminal investigations into him.
But I was damaged very greatly, and any money that I would get, I would give to charity.
He cites the 2016 Russia probe and the Mar-a-Lago classified document search, reportedly seeking $230 million. Trump calls it unusual that his own administration could approve the payout. Tropical storm Melissa is drifting west-northwest in the central Caribbean and expected to remain stationary through the weekend.
We're expecting only gradual strengthening over the next couple of days, but the environment, unfortunately, does look favorable for Melissa to become a hurricane over the weekend and forecasting now a major hurricane by early next week.
National Hurricane Center Director Dr. Michael Brennan says there's uncertainty about the track and the intensity of Melissa. For now, the storm is a threat to Jamaica, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Cuba. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell 334 points, the S&P dropped by 35, and the Nasdaq lost 213 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
A new study shows the drug ketamine is safe to use when treating chronic pain.
Ketamine's not FDA approved for that use, but new research by the Cleveland Clinic shows people who got low-dose ketamine infusions reported an improvement in their chronic pain and quality of life. The Cleveland Clinic looked at data from more than 1,000 people with chronic pain for their study. No serious adverse effects reported. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Maine Senate candidate Democrat Graham Plattner admits he covered a tattoo which resembled a Nazi symbol. Plattner says he got the Skull and Bones Totenkopf tattoo while drunk 18 years ago. He did not realize its connection to the Nazis.
There was a lot of heavy drinking back then. I mean, the infantry is always historically a heavy drinking place. But going ashore and partying pretty hard, getting tattoos, that was kind of the bulk of it.
Plattner is running to unseat longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins. The estimated number of homeless veterans in L.A. is up by 2%.
A collection of local and federal agencies believe the number of homeless vets has gone from just under 3,000 last year to just over 3,000 this year. But that's still lower than what was reported in 2023, with over 3,800 homeless vets. The Veterans Administration put over 1,800 vets in permanent housing last year. I'm Phil Hewlett.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, lest we forget, I promised I'd give you the details. U.S.-Canada trade, where do we stand now? When the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, says he's going to kind of double down on their non-U.S. exports in the next 10 years, stating American tariffs are causing a chill in investment. I said he's going to release the government budget on November 4. I said many of Canada's former strengths, based on close ties to America, have become vulnerabilities. The jobs of workers in our industries most affected by U.S. tariffs, autos, steel, lumber, are under threat, he says. Our businesses are holding back investments, restrained by the pall of uncertainty that's hanging over all of us. President Trump's been threatening Canada's economy and our sovereignty with tariffs, claiming Canada could become the 51st state. He reiterated in an evening address to Canadians that the decades-long process of an ever closer economic relationship between the Canadian and U.S. economies is now over. The U.S. has fundamentally changed its approach to trade, raising its tariffs to levels last seen during the Great Depression. We have to take care of ourselves because we cannot rely on one foreign partner. Obviously, tensions between the neighbors and longtime allies have eased slightly in recent months. Carney tried to get a trade deal, but tariffs are taking a toll, particularly in the aluminum, steel, auto, and lumber sectors. More than 75% of Canada's exports come to the United States. Carney says we're going to re-engage with the global giants, India and China. Canada is the top export destination for 36 U.S. states. Nearly $2.7 billion worth of goods and services cross that border daily. Canada's free trade deal with the U.S. is up for review next year. Carney called Canada an energy superpower and said the country has the third largest reserves of oil, fourth largest reserves of natural gas in the world. About 60% of U.S. crude imports are from Canada. 85% of U.S. electricity imports are from Canada. Canada is also the largest foreign supplier of steel, aluminum, and uranium to the U.S., and has 34 critical minerals and metals that the Pentagon's eager for and investing in for national security. Carney said, I will always be straight about the challenges that we have to face, the choices we have to make. To be clear, we will not transform our economy easily or in a few months. It's going to take sacrifices and some time. Yeah, we'll see. Of course, but much of the export, I mean, you have the U.S., Mexico, Canada trade, the USMCA agreement. Many of their exports are not tariffed. They're covered under that. Yeah, we'll see where things go when that renegotiate. I didn't realize that was up for review coming up next year, but apparently it is. Well, good morning to the right-wing nut.
Yes, right wing nut, yeah. To tell you what, when Trump was on just a while ago talking, the two words to my mind were weed and sticky. And the other two people that came to my mind was Pappy and Rambler. Now, is Grump part of the trifecta that's ingesting the devil's lettuce? I don't know. It just seems kind of weird he would use weed and sticky in the same sentence there.
Mm-hmm.
But I digress. Yes. What is Arizona's issue? Somebody not getting elected or selected, or I don't know, what are they talking about?
Being,
some kind of representative not getting
sworn
involved.
in, not being sworn into office.
Well, what not? How about being sworn at? I mean, good. Well, that's another story for another time. But I tell you what, why should they go ahead and swear this person in when it's a closed government? I mean, are they still doing stuff? I know the president's doing stuff, but can the House of Representatives do things that don't require the Senate to have a vote on, or how does that work out?
Hell, I mean, there are some things getting done. The FMCSA's still getting things done right now. Yeah, I know they can't publish. They can't publish anything in the Federal Register, but they did actually just this past day announce something that I'm not sure exactly how all that works. What can and can't be done?
Well, according to the newscaster there, he was almost excited, saying whoever it is has the vote that would open up the Epstein files. Well, what the hell you want to open them damn things for now? I mean, you had the last 4 years to do so.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure that if they had the issue with Trump like they got now, they would have done it while he was running. I guess they're trying to find out whether or not anything's being hid. But then again, if you're one that does the deceiving, you're kind of afraid that the folks are going to see right through your act, so you cast your blames and whatnot on your opponent. So I really don't. I don't know. It's a good thing I'm not in politics. I'm not politically correct or correct politically or whatever you want to call that. It just seems like a bunch of hogwash. They're griping about Trump being in for a second term. Well, boo to him, who? I mean, good Lord, you got two people up there in Pelosi and Schumer that they've been up there, 84 years combined, 85 years? And what have they done? Not a damn thing, except age on our taxpayer dime. So I don't know. I would say that if the government shut down, all them weirdo, I mean, if they can't live off of what they made from stock changes and whatnot, then that's just too damn bad. A bartender comes in crying and whining, I can't afford rent. And now she's worth, $15 million on $174,000 a year. How does that work out? Bernie Sanders, that old fart. I mean, he got 5, 6 mansions out there, lots of sports cars on $174,000. How do you do that? I make $100,000 a year myself, and I'm still money poor.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to know how they do that. They call this insider trading. I mean, what do they do? Go inside to each one's ear, going, here, listen to this. Or do they have their eyes on something that tells them, hey, stocks are going to go up here, buy low, get high, sell high, buy low? Is that how that stock trading works? I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just your blue collar guy. I have no idea. And if I did have an idea, that'd be a new thing for me. So, well, with that said, I'm gonna let you go. You have yourself a good night.
All right, the right wing nut. So I guess the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, they could be proceeding with business in the House for the last several weeks. And last I heard, I know all last week they weren't reconvening. His rationale was the Senate Democrats are wanting the House to present an alternative to the clean continuing resolution. The House could actually pass something that maybe would be a compromise per se, giving them some of their wish list, which Johnson refuses to do. So day after day, they continue to vote on the clean continuing resolution, which, again, yesterday I believe was vote number 12, maybe 13, I'm losing track, which they continue to refuse every day. So with the House not being back to business, Johnson says we're not going to swear in that Representative, what's her name, Grijalva. We'll swear her in once the government gets reopened. Well, hell, the Senate, they could do that today with the clean resolution. They could have done it 23 days ago. As long as they continue to drag it out. Now, they're saying one of the key factors there is, I guess she would be the 218th signature on this discharge petition to force a vote on the Epstein file. As many and right-wing nut just mentioned, if there was any damning evidence in there in regards to Donald Trump, do you not think they would have made sure that came out over the last 4 years? When the Democrats were in cold, the Democrat Department of Justice, the Democrat FBI, they had all that. Nothing's changed in the files. Well, maybe unless they changed some things before they left. And I don't know. I don't understand their insistence on releasing the so-called Epstein files, but who knows? Johnson also pointed out that there is a precedent for his not swearing her in, where Republicans that were elected during a previous recess were not sworn in until the House returned to session. This Grijalva has apparently shown up at the Capitol to take the oath, but time and time again, Johnson's ignored her demand. That's where that stands. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, a good morning to Truckin' Phil, who says happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Starting off 42 this morning, 52 for the high. Not going to get out of the 40s in Newaygo, Michigan, 49 the high. But here we go, Fort Wayne to Newaygo, Michigan, and back again. Have a great day, everybody. Almost Friday. Oh, and roll on, Knucklebuster. Shout out to all the veterans out there, and Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. And Vic, what's happening?
Well, I don't know. I don't know why those people, whether Democrat or Republican, whoever is so obsessed with Epstein.
Yes,
I'm kind of curious why they are so obsessed with that. Because number one, the Epstein thing started in Palm Beach, Florida, I believe it was, and he was actually brought up on charges there, and the state of Florida was handling the case. Then the federal government came in and displaced that and kind of gave him a, I guess you just call it kind of a cakewalk. And then all of a sudden it pops up again. And the reason I'm curious about why they're so obsessed now, they forget that Ghislaine Maxwell is in federal custody. And if you haven't seen her lately, the last picture I seen of her, she looked like 90 miles of bad road. So I don't know if she's breaking or she's going to tell more. There are other people, victims, that have filed civil suits. So, why don't you just let the thing cook and back up, and let's see if we can get this government running and get it operating. And they're so worried about the medical care, I guess, for illegals or somebody or whatever. But the whole medical system needs overhaul. Is your uncle, is he still hanging on or not?
Yes, he is. Amazingly, he is. But it's...
Yeah, well, I don't know if you've looked at the bills or anything that he has accumulated, but you'd be amazed at what an aspirin costs when you get it in a medical facility. Something you can just go down the street to the drugstore and, buy a whole bottle for what, $3-4 or whatever. They charge you $15 for one pill and won't even blink twice. So, yes, there's a lot of work needs to be done on the healthcare system. And the Obama thing was deliberately confusing to try to get to the single-payer healthcare system to where the government would give that to you. And you were mentioned about the homeless veterans. That I don't know if they're getting treatment or not, or if they're just living on that. But that was just in Los Angeles, right? That couldn't have been nationwide. But at least for the veterans, they do have something now in the courts. It's through the VA thing, and they have a veteran service officer in every county to try to help these people get what they're supposed to. They're supposed to get their veterans benefits, and if they get in trouble, they actually have a separate court, but they have to follow a system, some sort of I don't know what you call it, rehabilitation plan. So it's a little bit different. But when I was looking at all that, it's really kind of a pittance for what so many of them have done. I was thinking about all the fuss they're raising about these illegals. They have to have their, what do they call it, their due process. And, well, they came into the country illegal, but that's not really an offense. It's like, oh, okay. So, and we have people, I don't know exactly where they're coming from, coming up with some of the screwiest interpretations of the laws. And how many times have you heard them say that the National Guard are not trained for police work? Well, I don't know where they're coming from. I don't know. Maybe the fake command sergeant major come up with that. But in every National Guard unit that I ever knew about, civil administration is that's part of their training. And another group a lot of people will be surprised about that has civil administration is the Green Beret. That was part of their deal especially in Vietnam, was to try to turn a lot of the second, what they call that group over there. Anyway, it was the VC Civil Administration. They had a whole secondary government put in place, and that the Green Beret went in there and tried to turn those different administrations around, the different village administration, and they were doing a pretty good job. And that was one of the main goals of that Tet Offensive, was because they basically came in, the VC came in and killed all the different civil administration that the Green Beret had gotten working for them. And if they didn't have the villages, that whole thing over there in Vietnam would collapse. And I imagine there's other administrations, other groups now. So civil administration is very much a big part, and always has been a big part of our military. The point of it is they can't use their, I guess, arrest powers under that Posse Comitatus law. But right now, with the National Guard protecting federal property and the ICE agents, and I imagine a lot of the ICE agents are probably also veterans. So that was just, when you mentioned that about the veterans being homeless, and I was just thinking about how many people got kicked out so they could house the illegals back under the Biden administration. And the illegals coming in here contributed to the housing crisis, because they made sure that those people had housing. It just, when you just mentioned that, it kind of just bugged me a little bit of the stuff there that was going on, and the deal there where they can't get the government going again. If I was part of the dirty tricks of the Republican Party, I would just see to it that somebody would encourage AOC to primary Chuck Schumer there, and give him a little bit of grief, and then I'd make sure that if AOC did happen to win the primary, that you'd be rid of Chuck Schumer, and then I'd make sure I had a really good Republican candidate up there in New York, because after Mondani gets done with New York City, the next year, I would imagine a lot of New York
people are going to be ready for a big time change, right? I bet they are. All right, we got to cut it out there. According to the clock, we close out a Thursday. Come on back to midnight hour tonight, Eastern Time, and we'll kick off our Friday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.